Please forgive us for the delay, but we'll be starting shortly.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Is the City Council ready to roll? All right. With that, this meeting of your City Council is hereby called to order. We give the floor to the Honorable William Parker, Jr. to introduce this evening's invocation.
Thank you, Brother President. And I am honored to introduce to you the pastor of the Welcome Missionary Baptist Church, Douglas Jones. He's going to give us our invocation this evening. Thank you, Pastor Jones, for your diligence in being obedient to my request.
If you could, Pastor Jones, sacrifice the microphone. Bottom right.
There we go. Thank you. Let us pray. Gracious and eternal God, our Father, Thou who giveth us strength, who are the source of our being, wisdom and knowledge that you have imparted upon us, direction and guidance that you have given to us, for you have said that the steps of a good man are ordered by God. And so, Lord, here we are tonight, glorifying and magnifying your name and thanking you for another day, a day that we'd never seen before, but yet one that had been coming since the dawn of time. We thank you for life, health, and strength. We thank you for wisdom, and we thank you for knowledge. We thank you for all that you have done over these past few weeks, months, and years for each one of us. For you've blessed our families, you've blessed our children, even our children's children. We find ourselves here tonight, merciful God, in the midst of this organization, this city unit, this council, praying that you would continue to give them knowledge and give them wisdom, give them understanding, for your word says, in all thy ways acknowledge you, and you will direct their path. And so we pray, merciful God, for our city. We pray for the residents here and those that are in the sound of my voice. We pray, merciful God in heaven, that you would bless them, that you would watch over them. Now be gracious unto us and help us to carry out the business that has been set before us. Help us to do so in understanding and in knowledge, that we, merciful God in heaven, may be able to share our ideas without conflict, our hopes, merciful God, without destruction, and our vision, merciful God, that is filled with wisdom and knowledge that comes from you. So bless our city, bless our people, every department, every group, every person that works within this city organization. And as you have done, and as you continue to do, we praise and glorify your name for being faithful, for being true, for being help, and being our strength. In the precious name of our Lord, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And with that, please remain standing as we remember those that our community has bid farewell to since we last gathered as a community. We raise them, their families, and our entire community up in prayer. Please join us for a moment of silence. You may be seated. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Should I turn this on?
Carrington,
Present.
Goodman,
Present.
James, McGinnis,
Present.
Nicholson,
Present.
Parker,
Present.
Rutherford.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Quorum being established, thank you to my city council members and colleagues that are able to be with us this evening. Could I please have a motion to excuse
make the
Councilwoman
motion.
Kathleen James from this evening's meeting for personal reasons?
Support.
Moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. She is still traveling out of state. We send our regards to her and her family. Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the motion to authorize the excusing of Councilwoman James. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Councilwoman James is hereby excused. Is there a motion to approve this evening's agenda? It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford, that we approve this evening's agenda. We right now have special presentations scheduled for 9 and 10. Some of the individuals that are presenting them, though, aren't yet in the room. I know that there are some that will be virtually. Director Bridges, can you give us context on whether that is all right to still fall where it is on the agenda, or if it needs to happen now?
If they could be released, they can do their presentation and then be released because of the public hearing.
Okay, so without, if it's the will of this body, we can move up the special presentation on Roadkill Nights to happen after agenda address.
So I make the motion to do it.
Okay. It's been moved by Rutherford, seconded by Nicholson, that we amend the agenda to move up the Roadkill Nights presentation, so that way it can come before the public hearing. With that, yes, sir.
Quick question, President McGinnis. Is this also concerning Woodward Dream Cruise, item number 10, or only number 9?
Only number 9. Number
Okay.
10 does not have somebody that's remote.
Okay, thank you.
I'm trying to present by way of Zoom. So, hearing no further discussion, the motion before us is moving up that special presentation. Just to clear the decks, Councilwoman Rutherford, you made that motion. Would you like it to come before agenda address even?
That is correct.
Okay, and the second was Councilman Nicholson. Are you comfortable with that as well?
Support.
Okay, so the motion before us is now to amend the agenda to move that special presentation that has somebody beaming in remotely, that it will happen before agenda address. Hearing no discussion, roll call and adoption of the motion to amend the agenda. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We're back to the main motion, adoption of the agenda as amended. Any other changes, additions? Hearing nothing further, roll call and adoption of the agenda as amended. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
6 yeas. That motion carries. We'll proceed accordingly with the adopted and approved agenda. Is there a motion to approve this evening's consent agenda?
So moved.
So moved. Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker, that adopts this evening's consent agenda. It has one set of meeting minutes from the August 1st, 2023 regular meeting. Roll call and adoption of the consent agenda. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The consent agenda is approved. We are at subcommittee reports. Could I please have a motion to postpone
So
the
moved.
reports for 1 week? So it's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. It's our monthly verbal updates on what the many subcommittees are working on in between our regular city council meetings. But for the sake of time this evening, since we anticipate it'll be a lengthy agenda, we'll pick that up next week. So with that, if there's no further discussion, roll call on the motion to postpone subcommittee reports until next week's city council meeting. Clerk Doyle, roll call.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. It shall be up before us at next week's city council meeting. We're at recognition of elected officials. Are there any current elected officials in our community that wish to have the floor? The Honorable Beatrice Wright. And if you could turn on the microphone.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor, Council, Mr. Doyle. I wanted to step to the mic as precinct delegate to remind our citizens that your vote is probably one of the most powerful things you carry. I want to remind young folk that there were so many individuals that lost their livelihood. They lost their homes. They paid the ultimate price and lost their lives to vote. And we all owe it to that we get out and vote. We want to be a part of our community, and we want to be a part of everything that goes on in our community. And again, your vote is probably one of the most powerful things you carry. With that, thank you, and I will step to the mic again.
Thank you. Are there any other current elected officials that wish to have the floor? Yes, ma'am. Oakland County Commissioner Angela Powell.
Good evening, everyone, residents, deputy mayor, mayor, council, clerk. I just want to thank the citizens who came out to the meeting in regards to the Phoenix Center yesterday downtown for the redevelopment project. And this project is something that the city of Pontiac and the Oakland County is working on together, and it is a good thing that the county is stepping in to try to redevelop the Phoenix Center. So again, I just want to thank our residents for coming out. We will have more meetings in regards to that to keep everyone informed if everything does pass per our council. And I also want to thank our county staff because they helped to make sure it was a very well progressed meeting. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Are there any other current elected officials? We have from the Pontiac Charter Revision Commission, the Honorable Brian Killian Bay.
Good evening, everyone, and honors to all that are present on our council. Just wanted to thank Mr. Carrington and Ms. Rutherford for really assisting us with a nice day. We was really appreciative. We had a beautiful turnout. We had lost a family member a day or two before we did the event, so it was, when we was going through the things that we were going through, far as getting everything set up, I just wanted to really thank y'all personally and across the mic to let everyone know that, we do have some council people that really step up and say what they're going to do. So I just would like to, thank y'all very much from us and our family, and I wanted to keep us in our prayers. We lost our brother, Kevin Edwards, last week, so I just wanted to come up here and say that. Thank you.
So sorry for your loss.
Amen. Are there any other current elected officials that wish to have the floor? With that, we move to our special presentation, first special presentation this evening regarding the Roadkill Nights festivities happening this Saturday, August 12th, 2023 in downtown Pontiac. We have Angela Powell and representatives from Motor Trend to be able to provide updates to the community on what to expect.
So, as my community relations hat, I've been given the honor of working with Motor Trend, who is the promoter for the Roadkill event that will take place this Saturday downtown. and where Cody is helping us get set up so that they can do their presentation. And I'll let them take it from here because they're going to answer any questions and any dialogue in regards to this event, and I'll try to filter where needed.
Hi, this is Karen Brown from Motor Trend. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and share the presentation. Paula, I'm not sure if you're in the room and if there are handouts that were provided, but I'll go ahead and share it on Zoom. Can you guys see the Zoom if I pull it up?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks again to the city of Pontiac and all the respective government officials and members of the city council. Really appreciate the support of the city. Obviously, as you all know, we've been in the city of Pontiac for the past 8 years, and we are very excited to be back in your town and create this amazing event for the community and the fans alike. I'm going to go ahead and run through this presentation. I think we have about 6 minutes, so I'll try to do it quickly as possible so we can leave time for questions at the end. Really appreciate your time today. So just a quick overview. As you all are aware, it's happening this Saturday, August 12th. We typically have had this race take place on Woodward Avenue in front of M1 Concourse. Due to road construction and working with MDOT, we've collectively decided to move it to Lot 9 in the heart of downtown Pontiac, which we're extremely excited about. One of the goals for this year was to really create more of a festival-like environment and to work with the local community, business owners, things of that sort, which we have, and some of them have been extremely helpful in that process. And we are working through all the components of that to make sure we have a very safe and sound event that takes place on Saturday. Gates will open at 10 o'clock in the morning. We close them at 9 o'clock. Obviously, that's just for Saturday specifically. There are festivities and activations and load-in that will take place on Friday, the day before, including a media day that we typically host with our friends at Dodge. So if you guys have any questions about that, let us know. But like I said, everything is set in terms of the activation and the permits, and we'll show you a map here in a quick second so you guys can get an understanding of the overall space. So as you can see here, we've got the epicenter of downtown Pontiac, which is Lot 9. We have everything from the Dodge thrill rides that will take place in there, the drag pits accordingly around that. We have vendors, the first aid tent, concession, food and beverage. Here on the starting line, which is where the drag racing will take place. It'll end down here on the finish line. Again, that's on Woodward Avenue. As you all are aware, we shut that down on Friday evening, and we reopen that back up on Sunday morning, and we work with all your local vendors and suppliers and partners to make that happen. We will have bleachers on both sides of Woodward Avenue. You'll see this club zone over here. That's where actually people are paying for a ticket as well with an enhanced VIP experience. Anywhere in this epicenter here of Lot 9, it is a ticketed location. So we built a main entrance and a box office over here on the right-hand side, just off of Saginaw and Water Street. And that's where people will be gated and fence line around this whole epicenter. We will have a cruise-in, which is basically your standard car show on Saginaw and in and around it. We will also have Dodge-specific vehicles right there in front of Crowfoot and down on that street. Beer garden, respective activations in and around that. We work very closely with Crowfoot, and I cannot thank the team there enough for everything that they've done, working with the city and the local teams to bring this to life. And then on the top left-hand corner, that's where we're going to have the Dodge Drag and Drift rides. They'll be going in and around the city, and we're working with the local businesses to support that. So just a quick overview of the map. If you guys have any questions, if we can hold them till the end, we'll get through that. And then we do have the rideshare shuttle service as well. We will be shuttling people in from various respective lots. Specifically, we did work with M1 to secure some spots over there. So shuttles will be coming in, dropped off here, and turned back around. This is just a quick snapshot of our overall schedule. We're super excited about it. Like I said, the buses start around 9:30, gates open at 10 o'clock. We will have drag racing that begins at 11. That's also when our live stream begins. I'm not going to read through this entire thing, but you guys have access to this deck. If you have any questions, we can advise on it. But we have activities all day happening inside the lot as well as on the drag strip. There's various stunts and exhibitions, and I'll show you guys a couple of those things. The biggest thing, obviously, this year we are doing a major concert with Ice Cube. He will be performing roughly around 7:30, 8 o'clock, and gates close at 9 o'clock at night. This is pretty standard for our schedule. Every year we try to change it up in terms of what happens inside the grounds as well as on the track itself. We're super excited about all the festivities that we're bringing to Pontiac. So Woodward Avenue, like mentioned, this is the drag strip. We do shut this down, like I said, Friday night, and it's open on Saturday morning for our festival and everything that happens with that. We prep it for safety concerns. We want to make sure that obviously this isn't a closed track, so we support it fully for all the racers. We do have some pretty heavy hitters, if you are a drag racer or a fan of that are coming back this year, as well as some new folks. And we program the activation based on small tire and big tire throughout the day. And then in the evening, we'll do a quick ceremony, which is awesome. Some exhibition runs, just really providing unique activities and stunts for all the fans throughout the day. And then, again, one really cool thing that we did, or we have done for the past 3 or 4 years, we do sort of like a grudge race or a competition, and every year it changes, and we work with Dodge to facilitate that. So this year we are partnering up with 6 groups. There's a mentor and a mentee. So if you do follow any of these folks online, some of them are pretty heavy hitters, like your Tom Bailey. They're on Sick Bastards. That's his team name. Throttle. They're big fans of Motor Trend and Dodge. They've been with us for a few years. So we basically partnered up this year with them, and now they actually have a mentee. So we're really trying to bring out folks in the industry who've never actually drag raced before. They worked with their partner to kind of take their car and build it and modify it, working with Dodge parts and respective kits. And they'll be racing on the track throughout the day. Dodge, again, is our big partner in this. They're based there locally in your region. They've been a huge supporter from day one, and they come and they bring various activations. Butts and seats basically is what it's called, where people get to go behind the wheel or a right seat driver in terms of their activation. So they'll have activities for fans. People do wait 2 to 3 hours to get inside these vehicles. Everyone is given a breathalyzer as well as a wrist guard to make sure they pass that. Obviously, we take things very seriously, and so do they as well when it comes to safety. So everything is tested in that aspect of things, and making sure that if someone is under the 18 years of age, that they are accompanied by a guardian. So you'll see these activities happening throughout the track and overall in Lot 9. The Raminator Car Crush is new this year. It's with our partners over at Ram, which is also a Stellantis partner. They're going to be bringing some really fun, cool activations, which will bring up some hype throughout the crowds on the track and then inside Lot 9. Talent appearances, it's a big component to our overall programming. If you watch any of the Motor Trend shows, some of our big talent will be there this year, which we're super excited about. We are also filming a couple television shows that'll take place that'll air later on, I think Q3, Q4 of this year, specifically Roadkill and Hot Rod Garage. If you follow any of these folks or big fans, let us know. We're super excited that they're able to come out. They're big crowd pleasers. People wait in line for a while to get their autographs. It's a great way to bring about more of the festival aspect to the event itself. And then working through this year, because we can, which we're really excited about, is really bringing that like street entertainment to life. So everything from food trucks to local brewery, beer gardens to musical activations and things of that sort. We also wanted to make sure it was family friendly. So we've got things like face painting and balloon artists that'll be out there, really creating that downtown vibe of the Pontiac energy and bringing that to life throughout the grounds of Saginaw in downtown Pontiac. Just a quick snapshot of the food trucks. So if you're big fans, come on out. We're really excited about the ones that were selected and working with our partners over at Crowfoot to make that happen. And then as mentioned, to kind of close out the evening, this is something new and different that we brought to the city of Pontiac this year. We will have Ice Cube be performing. Trick and Coney Island Nick Steed and Rope Spit will be performing prior to him going on stage. We are working through him and his team. He's super excited to be there, and he does put on an amazing performance. So likely that'll take place close to 8 p.m. But again, wrapping out the concert by 9 o'clock. And everyone that comes into Lot 9 will have to go through metal detectors, and we're working through that with the security team and making sure we're covered on that aspect side of things. And again, protecting everyone that comes to the event. So we're excited to bring that to life. as mentioned, we live stream this digitally across our Motor Trend channels as well as Dodge's channels. So there's a couple more on here that will be taking the feed. I think Dodge actually is putting on their Facebook page as well. But we do live stream the entire drag racing, anything on the track from 11 o'clock. And actually, I think it's going to end closer to 7:30/8 o'clock because we are not live streaming the concert. And then what we do is we actually take that live stream and we cut that down and it actually is replayed across our network. So it's not just the physical event and festival itself. We make sure we distribute the content accordingly. Just a quick snapshot here of who our hosts are. Christy Lee and KJ Jones are returning talent, and then Derek Putnam and Jacqueline Drake are new talent for this year. So they basically will be on camera the entire time, sitting behind the booth, doing all the commentating, everything that happens on the track, inside the grounds. We'll have celebrity appearances, things of that sort. So we're really excited about the personalities this year to be able to bring that to life. And then one other big thing too, we want to make sure we're promoting this, within the region and the DMA, not only in print and social, and digital and things of that sort. We have been working with Dodge's PR team and our PR team to bring this to life to downtown Pontiac. So we've been doing a lot of extension and outreach and promotion within the community. On Friday morning, we are doing a media day as mentioned, where we actually will be revealing the cars of the influencers that I mentioned earlier. And that will take place in Lot 9. And then we will host media throughout the day. I think there's about 50 to 75 media outlets that are coming. So it's a really great way to showcase off and showing what we're doing in terms of the event itself, but also what's happening in downtown Pontiac. So really excited about that. And then a quick snapshot, obviously, as mentioned, Dodge is our presenting sponsor, but we have a list of other sponsors and vendors that will be displaying. Amazon, they are actually new this year. They're coming with a huge custom build. And then we have a list of vendors that will be on display as well. And they do everything from bringing their rigs, their tents, to doing fan giveaways and activations and premiums and things of that sort. So it's a really fun event for everyone that comes out on site. There's something to do for everybody. So, and that's kind of our goal for the event itself, keeping everyone safe. And that is it. So I'd like to hold for questions.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rutherford?
Yes, first of all, thank you for this event coming into downtown and in District 1. But I have a question. After the event is over, what is the timeline for the cleanup and also for the street repairs? And when are we going to actually have those in place?
So we actually begin that night. Mike Morrison, I know you're on the call. He works very closely as our production partner with MDOT, as well as all the vendors that we have. As soon as the event is over, we start to clean things up. We do have Lot 9, I believe, until Monday of the event. But the road closure does open up. Mike, keep me honest, is it 6 or 7 on Sunday morning?
Yeah, so our permit with MDOT, we get to shut down the road at 9 p.m. Friday night. That's when we begin shutting down Woodward Avenue to build out the drag strip. We'll build the drag strip throughout the evening, run the event the next day. The road will be reopened at 9 a.m. Sunday morning. Woodward Avenue will be reopened. All the downtown city streets will be reopened at that point. We'll have cleaning crews out there doing janitorial cleaning throughout the morning, picking up all the leftover trash or anything like that. So that'll be taking place all day Sunday morning, but all the roads will be reopened by 9 a.m. Sunday morning.
That I don't think that wasn't my question. I was asking for the strip when it's going to be repaired when you got on Woodward. That's what I'm referring to, sir.
The repair on Woodward?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So everything will be cleaned up and off of Woodward Avenue by 9 a.m. Sunday morning, and the road will be swept. The Department of Public Works will be bringing their sweeper out there. We'll be restriping the road. Everything will be picked up, cleaned up, and off the road by 9 a.m.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Nicholson.
When you said that you worked with local businesses in planning the layout of the event downtown, can you help me understand who you spoke with? Which businesses?
I think we spoke with almost every single one of them. Mike Morrison, who you just heard speak, as well as Matt Ipori on my team, and Shannon Maki. We've had a lot of conversations with a lot of local businesses. We can probably send you a list because it was a long one of multiple people that did come out to watch. Not only us reaching out to them, but them reaching out to us as well. So we can provide that to you all.
Thank you. I'd be interested in seeing that list because I'm not on it, and I own a restaurant downtown. And many of the other restaurant owners that are right within this footprint have told me that they were not aware, especially the fact that we have a beer garden that's going to be sitting right next to a brewery. And another restaurant that sells beer. I've gotten calls from restaurant owners asking me whether they should close for that day because they feel like this is not going to be good for their business. So, yeah, if you could send me that list, I'd like to go back to them because if someone's not being honest with me.
So what, can I say something? Just to let everyone know, there has been some attempts, even on Motor Trend end and even on our staffing end. Now, could we did better? Absolutely. So some of the complaints that you do have, I can't justify that those are valid complaints. But we are looking to move forward if Motor Trend comes back next year to make sure we go through all of this and do a better job at involving and communicating with downtown. Because even amongst the downtown businesses, you all yourselves, I have been experiencing some complications in the communication as well. So moving forward, I just want to take responsibility that everything you just said is probably accurate. But we are trying to work through everything as best as possible as we can. So, but I do want to apologize to every downtown business with this roadkill event and some of the miscommunication that has been going back and forth. Motor Trend did contract with Blair McGowan. And I don't necessarily want to say if it was like a necessary contract in place, but he has took the lead to try to do a lot of the movement for Motor Trend and working with a lot of the downtown businesses. Now, did he work with all of them? I don't know, and it doesn't sound like he did per Councilman Nicholson. And so I'm going to take the ownership right now to say we are very apologetic for that miscommunication.
Thank you.
Other discussion or final questions before we move on? Councilman Goodman? For a first time, I got to do it.
Okay.
So was there a vendor fee for local businesses to participate?
Motor Trend, can
Sorry,
you
can you
answer
repeat-
that? Because
can you
was
repeat the
there a
question?
vendor fee charged for the local vendors to be a part of this? Like our
Correct.
food trucks and stuff like that, that's in it? Or any
Yes.
of the vendors, was it a
Correct.
fee?
Yeah,
Motor
yeah.
Trend handled that, so I'll let them answer that. With signing
Every
up vendors.
partnership was different. We worked with the Crowfit to source the food trucks in the infrastructure to support it. And if there were vendors or partners on site, those were partner deals that were done.
Because from what I'm hearing from some members of the community that may or may not have had a business, that there was a vendor fee of upwards of $1,000. And I'll just be transparent up front. I want a lot of the businesses in Pine to be successful, but I think having a $1,250 vendor fee is very, very steep and almost impossible. And I'm not saying with absolute certainty that that's what it is, but if that's what I'm hearing, there must be at least some level of truth to it. And that's an active barrier to many truly local businesses being a part of it. I mean, it was nice to see some that we do know being a part of this, but that is a very steep hill to climb. And if there are things like that were in the way, it would make sense as to why some people didn't reach out, or if they got wind of this. But also, again, it's just an active barrier when we're trying to include more truly Pontiac resident businesses.
So just to kind of respond to Councilman Goodman, just to remind folks, Motor Trend is a private promoting company that came in. So I think it's great that we're reporting to them to let them know, can they work more with our local vendors? So that's duly noted. Thank you for sharing that. But I just also want to just let everyone know, because this is all new to us, right? With even having such a big festival come to our or event to come downtown per se. And most in the event space, most private promoters kind of set their prices as they want to because it's a private thing. We were not aware of that, and if we were aware of those prices, we probably would have had back conversations with Motor Trend to kind of help in that space. So just to let you know, we were unaware of those prices that were charged, and thank you for sharing that information because it's duly noted, and we'll have more conversations with them, be it if they bring it back next year to work with our local vendors. Thank you.
Councilman Parker?
Thank you, Brother President. I just have a question of Motor Trend in the city, really. Is the city getting any revenue from this event? And if so, how much?
No.
No.
We are not getting a dime unless it's only to pay for DPW services. But as far as a budget of us being a part of it, nothing. 100%, they're coordinating everything. We were just here to filter and help in marketing their event and assisting where they needed to. It's middlemen and like with businesses and things of that nature, more in the logistics area. But no, they're not cutting the city of Pontiac any checks outside of like their permit. And Deputy Mayor, you can help me with this. Their event permit and anything in that space to set up their event and anything additional dealing with DPW services, because that's the only department that they're really in contact with if assisting for their event downtown. But no, we're not taking any funds from Motor Trend.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you.
I just wanted you to support me that that's accurate, correct, Mayor?
Yeah.
I mean, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Council President. Ms. Powell is correct that this is not a revenue-generating activity for the city. The only funds that we charge were funds that directly covered expenses that Motor Trend will be creating.
All right. For the final question, Councilman Rutherford?
So my question is this. How many local vendors, I'm talking about Courtney Mills, Mia Brooks, people that have Jennifer Journey are part of this event on Saturday? How many of our people are vendoring this event?
Motor Trend, can you answer that? So what
Are you referring to food and beverage,
What
like
I'm
the food
referring
truck vendors or
what
the
I'm
beer
referring-
garden vendors or any vendors on site?
I'm referring to food and truck vendors. I'm referring to people who are regular vendors as well. How many people that live in the city of Pontiac will be vendors at this event, Motor City? Have at it.
I don't know if Motor Trend can comment on which vendors live locally there in Pontiac, but we can definitely provide you a list of the food and beverage vendors that it will be displaying on site.
So let me say this in support of Motor Trend. Any vendors who did at least reach out to us that was from the locals, we did submit them to Motor Trend. However, as you can see, she did state that they have some type of selection. It sounded like a selection process of who landed to be the vendors for this event. But I will get that information for you, Councilwoman Rutherford, of the list of vendors who did at least try to contact them and which ones did eventually get selected to be a part of the event. And do know, we are going to work with Motor Trend, be it if they come back next year, to make sure we have an additional presence of more vendors if possible to cater to the event.
Councilman Nicholson?
I don't want to beat a dead horse. I just want to leave this on the floor. 12. It looks like the actual vendor fee, as reported by some that were interested, was $1,250. I have a food trailer at an 18% profit margin, which is pretty average. I would have to sell 434 $16 meals to be able to just cover the $12.50, and that doesn't cover gas or any maintenance or anything like that. And selling that many meals is, I mean, I applaud these vendors that are able to do that kind of volume, but it's just it prices us out. So just something to think about for future opportunities.
And Councilman Nicholson is noted. Trust me.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any final questions for the special presentation? Thank you very much for being able to beam in to us to share more, answer questions. And if any member of the community also needs the slide decks that were provided, the City Council can facilitate that so that way you can have more detailed schematics, for lack of a better word, more immediate word in my brain, of what was presented here in the chambers this evening. So with that, we are now at agenda address. Pro Tem Carrington, are there any requests for agenda address?
Yes, President McGinnis, Ms. Beatrice Wright.
Sorry, this is Karen from Motor Trend, just assuming we can hop off this phone.
You're all set. Thank you and be safe.
Okay, thank you. And again, thank you for allowing us to present. We really appreciate it. If there are any further questions, the city does know how to get a hold of us, and we look forward to seeing you all this weekend.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, President McGinnis. I wanted to step back to the mic because I had originally put down respond to or have some input regarding subcommittee reports, but you postponed that. But still, I wanted to make note of our master plan, and for those individuals who are working on it, and for whichever, I think it's you, Mr. McGinnis, that you're on the planning commission. I want you to maybe do some research to find out what prompted former planning commission members to zone every park as R1. And if the emergency manager had given up our parks as he did give up our Silver Dome and give up our golf course, give up our DPW yard, if he had given up a park and a developer had bought that park, that meant that homes could be built on Badette Park or homes could be built on Murphy Park. I just want to know the rationale, because the gentleman who owns the Links of Crystal Lake, the former Pontiac Municipal Golf Course, feels that it's within his right to sell the golf course to a developer to build homes. And the master plan says that the golf course and every public park is recreation conservation. And for the public's information, before anything can happen to the golf course or anything that's noted in the master plan is one thing, there must be a public hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Dr. Deirdre Waterman.
Good evening, everyone. Commissioner Powell left, but I just wanted to let her know, a reminder that the agreement we had for the parking lease for the Phoenix Center garage does allow the city to have at least 6 events per year. So that's helpful, and then we put that in for parking events as people are coming downtown to find parking. So I hope she realizes that's in that agreement and that continues to be even if we do the deal with Oakland County. But I did want to speak to both of the agenda items that you're considering this evening, the public hearing about this deal with Oakland County to bring employees to our downtown, something that our county executive, Dave Coulter, had promised from his first day in office, and I see he's bringing that to fruition. So that could be great for the city of Pontiac, as I said before. But in retrospect, it brings to reconnection the fact that we had a long battle to maintain the Phoenix Center garage and amphitheater as our city property. You know, the emergency manager was going to give away for $1, but we were able to, through a long battle, able to keep it as our property. So it was worth that battle to keep it, because we'd be having a different conversation if somebody else owned it right now. So that was a victory for us. But as you're being rushed into making this decision, you just found out about it a few weeks ago, there's some things that have been very conflicting and confusing, and I hope you have answers for that as we go into the public hearing. We're getting different information. Are we selling the property? That's what it says. Are we giving it away? If we're selling it, at what cost? At the meeting last night, the deputy counter executive said we were giving them a long-term lease, 99 years, and that we'd get it back, the property, after that long-term lease, but it doesn't say that in the MOU. The MOU that wasn't there last week is there this week, but it's missing some documents, including all the appendixes that tell you which vacant parcels are being conveyed or asked to be conveyed, and there's no lot numbers, as there should be for a deal of this size. So lot numbers are what identify the parcels.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. Mr. Brian Killian Bay. Iola Miller.
Good evening. I just want to understand, because I thought at a prior meeting, Councilman Rutherford asked the mayor if Woodward was going to be closed at M1 this year. And I thought the mayor said it would not be closed. And I thought it was because he had the authority to say that and not let them close that stretch of Woodward in front of M1. So now I understand from the presentation that the agreement was made between Motor Trend and MDOT. So did the mayor have the authority to say to M1 that they couldn't close Woodward Avenue? And why now does MDOT have the authority to say that M1 can close Woodward? If M1 has the authority to agree with MDOT to close Woodward, they could close the entire loop. And if the city conveys that east portion of wide track to MDOT, then the city has lost all control of that entire loop to MDOT. And I'm just concerned that the city is losing a lot to a lot of people. And I hope somebody addresses that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Ms. Darlene Clark.
Good afternoon, Administration, Council. My name is Darlene Clark. I'm speaking as a resident. I want to ask one question on the Phoenix Center for the purchase agreement. I understand that the mayor is conducting meetings, but is it anywhere possible in the process for the people who cannot attend these meetings? Can the mayor go over the explanation of the purchase agreement between the Phoenix Center and Oakland County? That's one of the things I want to talk about. As you passed, the deputy mayor has passed out a piece of package to you. And the reason I'm speaking on this because we're talking about roadkill. Ice Cube is going to be here for roadkill. The key word that we tend to use in Pontiac that the mayor has accepted and gave an 800 number to is called Yaktown. A lot of people, I gave you a brochure to some people, for people like me who's lived here all my 70 years of living, we know where the word Yaktown come from. So let me kind of give you an enlightenment history on Yaktown. Yaktown was formed back in the 50s and the 60s when black people really came together because there was racism truly high in Pontiac. The whites had their territory and the blacks had theirs. In order for black people to make a living, a decent living, they had to run the numbers, sell drugs, and do other things. There was a head of that organization. I'm not going to name that head, but for those who's my age and up know who that head was. And who was over him was the mafia. Now, Ice Cube is coming town to roadkill, and the name Yaktown is being presented as being 1-800 Yaktown, which is very offensive. Drugs, prostitute, cocaine, you name it, numbers, is what Yaktown means. When you look in the Urban Dictionary, worldwide, it's in the dictionary, and that's what you have in front of you. It gives you a great detail on what Yaktown means.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Mr. Carlton Jones. Here. Mr. Chuck Johnson.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Chuck Johnson here. You know, it appears to me that it's always a case of who gets what. And I noticed tonight in the presentation that was given, you guys got left out also. Not only you guys as a city, but a lot of the folk who live in this city as business people and or who want to be a part of the makeup of some of the activities that happen by and through the roadkill effort and other events that we have. You're getting left out. You're going to continue to get left out. You're going to continue to hear excuses about why we're left out and so on. I'm looking at this Phoenix Plaza deal. You know, I'm wondering, all the dollars that's being talked about and the dollars that's coming into the city, are we going to get left out again? I'm a demolition contractor, have been for 41 years and more. And I'm wondering how many of these dollars is going to be spent in the city of Pontiac to subsidize contractors like myself. It don't have to be Chuck Johnson. It could be anybody in this room that has something to offer to be able to generate some of the revenue stream that's coming from these dollars that's coming into the city. I don't want to hear that story about what we just heard tonight. I'll let you know, maybe this, that, and the other. We should be number one on the list at all the crossings in this whole ordeal. Number one. And hold city meetings so that we can be a part of it. I missed yesterday, or Sunday's meeting, whenever it was. I didn't want to, but I did. I'm slipping, getting old. But I'm still active in this community, and I still want to see those of us here be a part of the makeup of anything that comes into this town. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Larry Jasper.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I agree with Chuck. The people here are being left out of everything constantly. Your last option is this purchase agreement that you have on the Phoenix Center. I suggest that you bring in a private-public partnership with us. I provided you guys all today an outline of a memorandum of understanding that Randy and I produced to this city at September 9th, 2020. That was to bring in the citizen for 10% equity of the development downtown. That means every taxpayer who's registered as a voter would get a percentage of $30 million split between them. Not only that, but it would provide them quarterly dividends. On top of that, preference for good paying jobs, something like $40 to $75 an hour like we used to have in the 60s and 70s. At the same time, we have a wraparound insurance so small businesses like Chuck can be involved in a development. The city of Pontiac should be dealing and be involved with all the developments. The businesses should all be getting a small cut. And if we had membership and ownership, instead of this $1,250, we could split that with the memberships because guess what? The city of Pontiac citizens would be members, they would be owners and stock owners. They have a 10% ownership and they have something to say. The way this is done right now, every time somebody wants something, the politicians take the money and steal it. It costs us $40, $50 million to get rid of the Ottawa Towers, right? Then what? You turn around and say, oh, we're going to give you $20 million back. What happened to Oakland County's $6.3 million to repair it? What about the insurance policy when they stole the copper plumbing? Why didn't we replace it? We got the cover for the auditorium. You guys never replaced it. Who's going to get that money? And it was Carter's that brought in $70 million taxpayer money. Oakland County used taxpayer money. That's your money that's being used to buy it. Now, what are you getting out of it? Zero. I don't understand why. Look at that 17-page memorandum and understand, add it into the purchase agreement, and make it part of as an amendment. It's very simple to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gloria Miller.
Welcome back, yeah, Jasper. Welcome back. I need some help down here. Thank you. You know, first I want to speak on regards to Woodward. No, the mayor doesn't have the authority. MDOT owns Woodward. They tell us what to do with Woodward. When I was on council, some people here may agree with it. I did not. It was my district. Most of my people did not agree with it. The bike lanes. They came down here, stood here, and told us that they would get rid of it if we wanted to. They did not. They told us in a meeting, in my meeting, they have authority to do what they want. So Perry Street is one of their streets. So no. And you're right. You know, and I'll speak on that during my closing comment because no one gets to check me what I say down here. I'm a citizen like anybody. You don't have to agree with me. But you speak your piece, I'm going to speak mine. I'm going to speak mine during the last comment. And I don't throw shade. I throw your name. I come right at you. You don't say my name, but I'm going to say your name. There's no transparency. I went to Oakland County last week. I attended one of the Oakland County meetings for this development. I wanted to go myself. Look, guys, this is done. This is done. It was just technicality. I was just sitting in there, and some people recognize me from being an old council person. I had nothing to say because it's done. All they're waiting on is to have a hearing, do a dress and rehearsal, and they're going to, on August 17th, they're going to sign the papers, and you're done. That's it. That's what I was hearing in the meeting. And they asked about the $5 million debt that we owe, and it was some problem with some of the commissioners in regards to when will we be able to have it, because we don't have it right now, because the budget for the governor that had signed that day particular, they had mentioned, it will not be effective until October 1st. Look, I'm going to say one thing, and I'm going to say it, I'm going to keep saying it, and I'm going to say it till I fall out my grave, because truth never fails. Fact. Oakland County is coming here, they're bringing 500 jobs, but they ain't bringing one job, they said, to Pontiac. And we done did a lot of deals down here.
That does
we
conclude
did
your
Amazon.
time.
Look at them. They're over there treating those people like slaves.
That does conclude your time.
President McGinnis, that concludes agenda address.
All right, we are now at a public hearing this evening. It's a public hearing regarding the sale of the Phoenix Center parcel number 1429-484-006, and for the city to waive all claims by the city to certain vacant properties related to the Phoenix Center. So just to set the table a little bit, I'll give some summary information, but truly this is the public's charter mandated opportunity to speak about any time the city will convey, sell, lease, transfer, otherwise opt out of a property that the city has previously owned or currently owns. So this opportunity is for every community member to say their piece. You can ask questions. You can say whether you support it, oppose it, indifferent, or any combination thereof. We are required for you to offer up your name and your address, so that way it can go into the record to reflect who is participating in this evening's public hearing. This will not be the only debate that happens. The next agenda item upcoming agenda item is related to the deliberation and debate about the considerations. So there's more information that will still come as well. This has been discussed in these chambers and spoken to by residents in these chambers. It has been at multiple Oakland County Commission meetings. The Oakland County Commission has voted to purchase private property in downtown Pontiac, and we can share more about that. And then by purchasing that property, they become the leaseholders of the current parking lease agreement that the city of Pontiac has with the current private property owners of the Phoenix Center. So that was one item raised during agenda address, that might have been what was invoked, that as soon as Oakland County acquires this property, they immediately become the holders of that 90-something year odd lease. A few years have shaved off since it was first adopted. But then what comes next is, what do we as a city and they as a county want to come as next steps for this area, this very important area in downtown Pontiac. What I have that I'm going to share with, of course, the council members, but more importantly, to everyone in the audience, it has a roster of all of the properties, parcel numbers, acreage, et cetera, and buildings, and a diagram just so you can have a frame of reference in tonight's deliberations, because there are different moving parts. So I'm going to ask any city council member that's willing to pass that out. More than anything else, I want you to have that visual to show what we're speaking about. The Phoenix Center, I've given you the parcel number, but is 363,726 square feet. So it's a big boy. It is a 4-story structure with over 2,500 parking spaces. It is located on 8.35 acres. It was constructed in 1980 with the intentions of being parking for multiple buildings. It's coming to you.
Excuse me, Brother President.
Yes.
Could you pause for just a minute?
Sure, while that distributes?
Yeah, if you would, please.
You got some?
That's the first part. We'll give you the other part in a moment. You got one? All right. We want everybody to have it.
Does everyone have a copy that wanted one? No one's required to. But on one side, it shows an aerial view, an aerial photograph of the area in question. Where we sit tonight is also on that photograph, Pontiac City Hall to the northeast. But you can see the different sites' numbers correspond on the other side. So this is really just informational so you can orient yourself. Oakland County is purchasing and has voted by the County Commission to proceed with the purchasing and closing of 2 private towers. They were constructed by General Motors in the early 1980s, one for the Pontiac Motor Division and one for the GM Truck and Bus. And then over the decades, as GM was going through so much upheaval and change, their uses changed, including for OnStar. And then for many years, one of the buildings, what we see in this diagram as number 2, that's at 31 Judson Street, has been fully vacant. There are a few land parcels, and our primary focus this evening is number 3 in this roster, the Phoenix Center Garage. You can see in the aerial photograph, it is very large, as we mentioned, over 8 acres. It is attached or adjacent to a number of these buildings that have been being privately purchased by Oakland County, and that's part of how it was designed in the first place by General Motors in the city to work as such. There's also the rooftop has public performance and amphitheater space, like a park-like plaza that changed over the decades. So I just wanted to make sure that you had a visual representation, and specifically what we're focused on is 1429484006. That's the parcel number. Again, the Phoenix Garage. It was built in 1980 and opened in 1981. As I mentioned, it was constructed with the intention of being parking for multiple buildings. In fact, for many more buildings that were never built. And it was also constructed very solidly to bear and fortify additional structural weight that actually never came. But this was part of a larger plan crafted in the 1960s called the Pontiac Plan, where this was of phase 1, and only phase 1 was completed, where these GM towers, the senior housing tower, there was a transportation center, you may remember, they used to call it the Transpo Center. That has since come and gone. It was demolished and has been rebuilt essentially as the Amtrak train station on southbound Woodward. And in that same time, in the 1960s, the southern half of downtown Pontiac was demolished. Essentially, all the historic buildings were razed, were torn down. The Woodward Loop in the early 1960s was constructed around the downtown. The river was buried, including adjacent and near this site. Downtown Pontiac very intentionally had the historic Clinton River meandering through the downtown. And so that's this same era, this then modern version of urban planning that wanted to make this futuristic complex that would be elevated from the ground level, where pedestrians would be separated from vehicular traffic, would be literally over the roads. It would be this sort of raised city center. And really only a fraction of that larger futuristic plan ever came to fruition. But in 1969, this previous city council voted to make that the formal plan for the city of Pontiac. So it has been owned, per my understanding, by us, the people of Pontiac, since its existence. General Motors had a very big stake in its construction and influenced how it happened. Even the name was after a former GM vehicle. But it has been city property and also city responsibility in terms of maintenance, upkeep, repairs. In the early 2000s, there was substantial investments to the top level, that civic parks-like space with what we often call the amphitheater added. There have been a lot of missed opportunities as it relates to the Phoenix Center, and it is quite, this is a bittersweet moment. It's not all sunshine and lollipops. There were many decades where investment by the people and taxpayers of Pontiac was not utilized to its best and fullest extent. There was, for many of the last 10 years, there's been limited, if any, access to that top amphitheater space. There has been deferred maintenance for over a decade, AKA like zero maintenance for a decade plus, or next to zero. And before that, due to the city's financial shrinking state, General Motors, our tax base, essentially leaving most of their operations, there was so much loss and the Great Recession that there was limited maintenance even during the decades prior. 2011 was the final concert that took place on the rooftop. Wiz Khalifa was that last formal concert, but there was a number of years where there was different musical and civic and graduations, good memories of taking place on the top of the Phoenix Center. It's in 2014 that the then emergency manager imposed by the state of Michigan condemned the structure and sought to have it demolished for his own or other various reasons, stated and unstated. There was a years-long legal battle with previous private owners of those two towers, and that was at great expense to us, the taxpayers of Pontiac. I do want to say I'm grateful that we avoided the worst-case scenario legal and financial calamity that could have befallen us, but it was still a very prolonged, expensive, and uncertain path that all the while nothing of substance and no improvements were being made to modernize that Phoenix Center. In 2017, previous city council voted unanimously to sell the Phoenix Center to a private developer. That ultimately did not come to pass due to the developer and financing, so there is precedence for the city government and our city council for pursuing a prospective sale of this publicly owned facility. There have been, in the last few years, a light at the end of the tunnel when it came to the legal quagmire, the drawn-out legal battle, and a global settlement agreement was reached with the former private owners and was adopted by a previous city council and executed by a previous mayor. The city purchased and sold those private towers in that process to new private owners. In 2021, at the end of December, there was major wind damage to the roof of the amphitheater. In that same time period, an updated agreement was broached by the previous mayor and private owners of the Ottawa Towers. We have also in recent years had some limited funding approved for future improvements by our United States Senator Gary Peters, and an insurance claim was filed on that wind damage to the tensile roof that was invoked as well. But all the while, change has been happening to the structure. It has been deteriorating. It has not been actively used for many sections of it. There have been limited uses of it by that private building owner and previous private building owner, sanctioned and unsanctioned over the years, but currently sanctioned through their lease arrangement with the city of Pontiac. So that's why, once more, the lights are on for portions of the Phoenix Center and the garage. It's passable once more on the Orchard Lake Road, Auburn Road that goes underneath it. So that's the background and and I skipped over a whole lot just for the sake of time. There are many, many developments that have happened in the 42 going on 43 years that the Phoenix Center has been in existence. Those of us on city council have over the years, of course, been near, in, at, or on top of the Phoenix Center. I imagine thousands of our fellow residents have firsthand experience driving under, being in it, parking in it, being on it, and that's more limited lately just because most of the facility is not accessible to the public, and that's including the top public space. So here we are in this time in 2023, and what the county has done is, working with the city's leaders, specifically the mayor, has secured $50 million from the state of Michigan, taxpayer dollars. A lot of federal and other funding sources have led it to perhaps a one-time massive surplus of the state. And there's once in a generation investments being made by the state of Michigan. They have answered Oakland County's request for $85 million with more limited but still extremely substantial and historic $50 million. And for that, our state representative Brenda Carter, our state senator Jeremy Moss, our governor Gretchen Whitmer, who signed that budget in recent days, all must be acknowledged and thanked. In addition to that, there is $5 million contingent on everything happening that goes directly to the city of Pontiac from the state of Michigan that pays off our remaining debt service. There was approximately $6 million when the previous dust settled and the legal situation settled. We, the taxpayers, were owing $6 million to pay off debts related to the Phoenix Center and the varying moving parts of those transactions. We all as taxpayers have paid about $1 million of that in the last year plus, about, I want to say, $80,000 a month. No small dollar amount. So about $1 million in, but that leaves about $5 million. That's where that $5 million, that price tag comes from. So what Oakland County is now approaching and pursuing and pitching to the city of Pontiac is that to make their new downtown campus for Oakland County employees viable, where they're moving hundreds of employees into the complex that was the former GM buildings, that they'll have to spend substantially to make work for them, modernize it, et cetera, is that it's determined that it is not the best use of resources to try and make the Phoenix Center last for another generation, another period of time or a long period of time. There's short-term repair costs, and then there's long-term repair costs. It's more cost-effective and better for visitors, residents, and employees in downtown Pontiac that we have new parking structures. And so they are interested in a transfer of property where the Phoenix Center, that footprint, those 8+ acres, is transferred to Oakland County, where they can then demolish the structure on their dime, well, all of our dime because we're all residents of Michigan and we're all residents of Oakland County, but not directly paid for by us, the taxpayers of Pontiac. That structure can be demolished. Saginaw Street can be reconnected after over 40 years of being sort of stunted and closed off. That Orchard Lake and Auburn Avenue can be reconnected at their expense, not ours, and the repairs that come with it. That new parking structure or structures can be rebuilt. And then at least 2 acres are transferred back to the city for a community civic space in our downtown. The same footprint that we have the amphitheater on the top of the Phoenix Center is represented. It will be at the street level after demolition and construction of parking structure or structures. It also, worth noting, I'm trying to give you a lot of information before the public hearing. We'll get even further into details when we're considering the action item, is that the city of Pontiac is having a say in the campus plan and layout for the county operations. It's not being done to Pontiac, it's being done with Pontiac, which is really essential because this is an important part, and it's really been in purgatory for a very long time, as we all can see every day of our lives. So I just wanted to give some of those elements there. You've heard it discussed in previous meetings. You've seen perhaps news coverage in the last few months. You've seen what Oakland County has acted on. And so this is the opportunity for you to share what you think, ask questions, raise points. This is the public's opportunity. We will not be responding during the hearing, but we'll be able to address questions that are raised when we're deliberating on the items themselves. So I hope I know I said a lot, but I wanted to give you a lot of context because it's not a small decision for all of us, for the city of Pontiac, and so we want you to know some of the context. With that, I am going to open the public hearing at 7:19 p.m. Public hearing is open. No need to get up just yet. What I'll do is rotate from both sides of the room, so you don't have to try and stand up or jostle about when it's the time, but if you can just indicate by hand real quickly if you would like to speak during the public hearing, show of hands. It's not your only chance, but just it start us off. Okay, so with that, Darlene Clark, you'll be first, followed by Brian Killian Bay, and we'll just keep rotating back and forth both sides. And again, per requirements, if you could state your name and address.
Sure. Good afternoon again, once again. My name is Darlene Clark. I'm speaking as a resident, so let me make that very clear. Darlene Clark, my address is 506 Nebraska Avenue, Pontiac, Michigan, 48341. My concern, first, I need you guys to bring a little clarity because you go from Saginaw Street to the new name is Woodward. In the documents that I have in front of me, it only mentions the word Saginaw. You never say AKA wide track, AKA Woodward. Is there any explanation in the personal agreement as to how are you going to stand on the name? And the reason I bring this up because the name is very important on any given documents to secure past purchase and present purchase. With that being said, also the purchase agreement is really a concern because the public has a right to know what's in that purchase agreement that's being sold between the seller and the buyer. We do understand that it's being sold. We do understand the formalities, but where the confusion is lying and the purchase agreement is important, you only state the losses that the city have. You never state that the losses that the city will gain and how much it will affect in the long run, like 2 years from now, 3 years from now. So with that being said, I do believe that I as a taxpayer and others as residents have a right to know, and other taxpayers have the right to know great details what's in that purchase agreement.
Thank you. Mr. Killian Bay, followed by Renee Beckley.
Honors once again. I just would like to know.
Oh, if you could state your name and address, I'm sorry.
Brian Killian Bay, 32 Mary Day. Being on the Charter Commission, I get a lot of people asking questions that I guess now I'm the voice of being a lot of where they want the answers. And the transparency in the sale and how much participation after this development came about did the citizens have in deciding whether the Phoenix Center would stand is part of a lot of the questions. Also, was it any type of studies about far as the research of how much it would cost to repair it compared to how much it would cost to demolition it? Is it any type of study or repair? I've heard people say, well, we're going to open up Saginaw once again, but it also dead ends still back to Woodward, so it still wouldn't be a main thoroughway. So how much traffic would that generate with you opening that position up? Because it doesn't seem like if it still dead ends back to Woodward, you don't have a flow through traffic. I also want to know, is there any type of these studies that show, like Ms. Clark said, what type of revenue, just like as the roadkill, what type of revenue is this going to bring the city of Pontiac to move forward and able to help us benefit? Far as I know the jobs and everything are coming down here, but okay, how did that connect to it helping and assisting Pontiac with its finances and its economic stability? And the other question is, we have 8 acres approximately that the Phoenix Center sits on. We're talking about swapping to get 2. That seems like I'm subtracting or I'm losing as a citizen some property. Or maybe I'm wrong, or the numbers could be different. And so that's what I want to know. But speaking of, can these questions be answered in a sense before we make this type of decision to say, okay, well, we're going to tear it down and what we're going to do? And if you are, that's what type of renderings or studies or drafts or drawings do we have to say, this is what it's going to look like? This is what it looks like now. I haven't seen any. And I would love to, if we could provide those. I think it would help us as citizens comprehend what we're doing with this project. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Renee Beckley, followed by Mr. Robert Bass, Gloria Miller, Deirdre Waterman. We'll just keep going back and forth.
I have to agree with
If you could, please state your name and address.
Renee Beckley, Crescent Drive, Pontiac, Michigan. I have to agree with Brian. I'm foggy. I have no idea what you're talking about. And basically, why? And the county, what is your agenda? Is it trying to fill up those apartment buildings that half empty downtown and trying to get more shopping? I've been saying this for years. Also, a senior citizen has said this in the newspaper. She lives in Waterford now. I don't know if she's still living now. Why don't you take the 1960 model of what Pontiac was in the early 1970s? And I remember that. Only one person on council may remember, and that's Kat Lee. She's not here. You couldn't get down there. It was something, you should go from the inside out, not trying to bring the outside in. I keep telling you that. Also, the tax. So you're taking it off the Pontiac tax. So are we going to be paying a county tax? So, I mean, what's the money? You know, and you know, Pontiac is this, I call this fall through town. Almost every deal we have, it falls through. Basically, you'll see nothing, do you? This is fall through town. And the county, the people at county, they already live somewhere in Oakland County. And, you know, especially family with kids, they're not going to move downtown. What you going to look, the back of Ark, the old YMCA as your view, old Salvation Army building, narrow street, can't park your car. You have to get the parking right. This is too much. I know you want to get off your hands because that Phoenix Center, you know, that whole emergency management where Dr. Waterman was hiding, all that stuff was a fiasco. And I mean, this is, you know, you just springing this on this and everything. It's good. Stuff sounds good on the paper, but when you put it into action, it may not be what you see on that paper. So I just want you got to make us more informed, and I don't want to be paying more of these mistakes and boo-boos and, oh, we don't have it, we don't know. Like what you was just talking about earlier today. We're not getting anything out of it.
That does conclude.
I bet Bloomfield won't do that. Thank you.
Mr. Robert Bass will be next. It's been mentioned primarily about the Phoenix Center, but it's worth reiterating what I've provided you has parcel numbers of certain vacant lots. And 2 additional vacant lots is the parcel numbers of 64, 14, 29, 44010, and the parcel that was formerly 14, 32, 230, 004. The city does not own any of those properties, but out of abundance of caution, we just wanted to also give residents an opportunity to speak on it because some element of that is saying that at various times over the decades, the city did, or the city had a claim. And so we're waiving any legal claims to try and claw that back years later. So it's just trying to make it neater and tidier because of, especially when the Phoenix Center was plopped in the middle, different parcels got carved up to make this sort of monstrous parcel. So residents can, of course, speak about the transferring and releasing from city ownership the Phoenix Center parcel, but the waiving of any all claims to vacant parcels, you can see it on the map, and if you have any questions, I can help reiterate which ones are which. I just want to make sure everyone had that further opportunity and context. Mr. Robert Bass, if you could state your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Robert Bass. I live at 499 Highland, Pontiac, Michigan. I don't have a great deal to say about this other than the fact that all that glimmers is not gold. And point of fact is that $50 million is a lot of money to a lot of us. 200, what is it? Well, I don't know the figures right now. I ain't got them in front of me. But anyway, the amount of money that they're owed is $19,200,000 is a lot of money. So we got a lot of people that need work, a lot of contractors, small businessmen. This looks good to them. As a contractor, former contractor, I haven't seen no design, not one design. I saw a slight rendering, but never a design. You're going to tear down something and build something up. I need to know what it's going to look like. You say you got footage, but is it the accurate footage of what it's going to look like and how it's going to be built? But that, too, does not discourage me. I'm sick of giving away stuff. I want to know when your 7 district people are going to profit from their lives. Their tax money is always wait, because this is a 4 to 5 year plan just for demolition and rebuild. Don't know what it looked like, but we know that our mayor is giving away property for it. My party days is over. If you want to really look at it, I'm not seeking the parties too much. I don't mind going out. I enjoy going out and mixing with people. However, I have watched over and over and over again us put on performances where our mayors and city council pay for the events. That does nothing for y'all 7 district residents. Bringing Oakland County people in here that already have jobs for downtown, it may help the businessman over a period of time, but it's got to be built first.
That does conclude your time.
And thank you so much.
Gloria Miller, followed by Deirdre Waterman. Show of additional hands, Karen Jorgensen, Carlton Jones, and we can ask, and Catherine Desiro.
Hey, baby girl. Thank you, Mr. Bass. You know, that's all I was saying.
If you could state your,
Gloria
we know
Miller.
you, but
I don't know if I want to say my address too much. Too many people might want to come to my house. But that's okay. 431 Boyd Street, Pontiac, Michigan. Let me take this cane out of my mouth. That's what I was saying. See, when I was out to the county, this is what bothers me with this whole deal. It's probably going to go through because it has to. Because I got the agreement when I was out there, the MOA. A lot of residents don't have this. This project doesn't start until maybe 2 years from now. And what really was concerning to me is that there was no transparency. When I first heard that project, if anybody watched me on council, it was our mayor out to the county had cut the deal and it had 60 days. This has been ticking for 60 days. See, I don't watch what you say, I watch what you do. I watch what you do. So here I'm mayor out there talking about bringing this project to the city of Pontiac, and we know nothing about it. At least I don't. And I'm more political than just, I'm in all kind of meetings. And that started me to worry. Because, like Mr. Bass said, we've seen many of these projects come through. It looks good. It's going to do this for the city. I almost swore. Woodward is what looking good. Woodward, M1, and I'm calling it like it is. M1 owns this city. They doing what they want. They doing everything they want. And I said what I said, and I'm going to say it again. Everybody up there took money from the M1 to run for an election. When I ran, I didn't take money from nobody because you owe dues, you owe payment. And I'm just going to call it like it is. This project that's going on, the people was not included in it. It's done. The deal is done. They're waiting for us to do the hearing and sign on August 17th so they can, this is what I want, the first thing they says. The city shall pass a resolution by August 16th, the city to extinguish and pay any current outstanding obligation. Done. And that's what's going to bother me. And this is what's going to haunt this council and this mayor. If this agreement doesn't work out years to come, is that you didn't include the people. There's no rendering, there's no drawing because you didn't ask us anything. They're doing what they want. They bring in 500 people here to work here. Those people are not going to live here with a crime. City got crime in it. They ain't coming here. Sometimes I want to leave.
your time has expired.
They're not going to do it. And all I'm saying is,
Your time has expired.
stop talking about saying what I'm saying about the city of Pontiac. I've
Time
been
has
down
expired.
here for 27 years. I know this stuff, and I know a rig, but I see it.
Dr. Deirdre Waterman is next.
Information. Did you announce the time limits before we started that? And also, if 2 minutes isn't enough.
Members of the audience aren't privy to points of information. Would you like to claim your public hearing time, ma'am?
No, I'm asking a point of information. I don't want to use my public hearing time. May I ask a point of information to clarify that? Because
That's ruled out of order.
rules. I want to know the rules.
It's ruled out of order.
We can't ask the rules of the public hearing?
Point of personal privilege is very hard for
All
me
right.
to continue moving with this meeting with the outburst from the audience.
Y'all better.
It is 2 minutes. 2 minutes. That's what the clock has been for every member of the public.
A lot of confusion and consternation about this. I know the council is being rushed into this decision that they had been just introduced just a few weeks ago. And there's been some missteps because there's been so many contradictory information that's been confusing. I think that's what we're asking you to clarify. Now, I don't know if I need to go through all the questions that were asked last evening. Some of them were answered, some of them weren't. But more importantly, we want you to know the answers of that so you can make sure the devil's in the details, that the details are good for the city of Pontiac. You have a chance to change that because you have to vote. That is your responsibility. And people have a right to know what is being done with their public property. And we just want straight answers, all right? Now, I had a list of questions that people have given me, and that I did circulate them to you yesterday because I wanted the people at the Crowfoot last night. So I'll just go through a few of those. I don't have time to go through all of them, but the most important are what properties are vacant parcels? In any kind of real estate deal, you have to put the lot number. And so one of the things is this little list you have doesn't tell us we have lot numbers. And which parcels are you talking about? Was that even put on today's public hearing the right way? Last week you voted to have a public hearing about the sale. And once again, are we selling it, giving it away? What are we doing? The sale of the Phoenix Center, there was nothing about vacant parcels being transferred. Yet, you went into a closed session. You came out of about another issue, Vanguard Equity Properties. That was the only thing that was supposed to be discussed. Immediately, you came back to the meeting, and after closing the session, you went directly into the several votes. One of the votes was to reconsider the motion you had made to add on, and you did that, but that had not been discussed before. Was that discussed in private session? That should not be. That's a violation of the Open Meeting Act. But I will just want to bring that up. I would rather go through some of the questions, but maybe you'll want to hear that when I get another chance.
Your time has expired.
All right.
To clarify what was on the agenda and what was voted on last week, resolution to proceed into closed session at 8:15 p.m. to consult with legal counsel regarding trial or settlement strategy in connection with Oakland County Circuit Court case number for the Vanguard Equity Management LLC v. City of Pontiac, and to proceed in closed session to consider the purchase or lease of real property. The public hearing continues. I believe that Ms. Jorgensen might be next, followed by Mr. Jones, Ms. Desereau, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Jasper.
Good evening, Karen Jorgensen. I have a business at 47 North Saginaw Street. And I remember sitting through some lectures and having a lot of diagrams about how the Phoenix Center could be repurposed. And I know that a couple of the concerns were that the electrical and plumbing would have to be updated, and I think just about any building of that age that would be appropriate to do so. So personally, I'd like to see bring those all that work back and look at that to see how we could repurpose it, because it looked like an amazing attempt to properly use that property. My other concern is that the demolition project is going to probably take a lot longer than we ever anticipated, and the rebirth of that property is going to be another amazing, lengthy period of time. I've been hanging in to Pontiac for the last 13 years with owning 3 buildings, now down to 2. And my concern is, what is the incentive to stay in Pontiac while we're waiting for this demolition and rebirth of this property to happen? I think that that's a big issue for me personally, that I really don't think that I can financially wait. I've been suggested by someone in the city that maybe I should just close down for a while and then wait for the right moment to reopen until that comes, but I don't know that I can wait 2 to 5 years. So thank you.
I believe Mr. Carlton Jones was next, followed by Ms. Desiree.
Yeah, Carlton Jones, 1323 Oakland Drive here in Pontiac. You know, it's interesting. I came in and I heard a few people talking about some of the same things that I have been talking about, and I just appreciate that. And one thing I will say about this, Gloria is absolutely right. This deal is done. But I'm not saying that's all bad. I'm not saying it's all bad. I got a chance to attend 2 meetings yesterday, and those meetings were very informative. You know, a couple things that I did learn at those meetings is how these things tie together. You know, and President McGinnis, I'm glad that you gave the right credit to where this deal is being made at. Appreciate what Oakland County is trying to do, because Oakland County is trying to help Pontiac also. But this deal was by the governor, state rep, and the people up in the state to actually finance $50 million to a goal. If that wouldn't have happened, it wouldn't have been no deal. Last night they said they got until tomorrow to sign off on this deal. There's upfront money to be at risk if they don't. So we going through the formality of this. So what people are saying is very true. But at the end of the day, we're trusting you all as the people who are representing the people of Pontiac that we want something out of this. Bricks and mortar don't necessarily help the people. I've been saying it for a long time, and if you don't get it, ask me a little bit more. I can tell you how to do it. If we don't get something for the residents, ones that you all represent, you're missing the deal. Now, if it's too late for that, okay, but I commend what Oakland County is trying to help Pontiac. I commend the state trying to help Pontiac, because we don't help ourselves. That's the problem. We got to learn how to help ourselves. Now, I'm just going to say this one last time. The investment we need to make is in Pontiac people. Thank you.
Catherine Desro, followed by Larry Jasper, Chuck Johnson. Any others? All right, we'll keep going. Yeah.
Catherine Desro, Colony Lane, Pontiac. The people that are coming to me and talking about this want to know specifically how does this and the settlement agreement interact? Is there interaction? I mean, that's a direct effect on the people. That's your money. I don't think that's been made clear to the public. Route 1, M1. It's always belonged to the states, never belonged to Pontiac, never belonged to any city that it goes through. That was the first road of its type in this country, in the whole United States. And it has always been owned by the powers that run your state and wherever else these roads have been built. So we can speculate all day about what we'd like to do, but those of us who have Perry Road in our district know that exactly how much they listen to us. They don't. They're going to do exactly what they want to do, and they don't care what we want. But we need to be careful when we're talking this kind of a major road project that MDOT at least hears us, whether they do anything about it or not. And I had 3 things. Oh, the master plan. How are we going about designing this when we don't have an active master plan? They're in the process of changing the master plan, but that's not been done, and yet we're wanting to rebuild the downtown, essentially. We don't have a plan to fit it into.
Thank you, Mr. Jasper, Mr. Johnson, Ms. Wright. And the party continues.
Hey, Mike, I really like...
Address and name?
Yeah, Larry Jasper, 265 Marlboro, Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, just south of Pontiac. I love the way you laid it out. Initially, in 1965, they had a master plan. The downtown was supposed to be a Mecca area, and that's why they built the loop, so that nobody would get hurt. The children would be held. Now, ironically enough, most people don't know this, but for a decade, I've been fighting the county, fighting the city to help the people. And, you know, if you want to move forward with $127 million, I can do it tomorrow. I bring in architects. The master plan's already worked into this. You don't have to change anything. And it gives us an economic mega 10 revenue streams. We use it with triple play telecommunications, AI systems, water purification, energy production, solar and hydrogen. These are the future. 10 years ago, I was trying to get this happen. 10 years ago, I've been fighting. Matt Gibbs wanted to get this plan. He wouldn't sign confidentiality. Randy Carter did sign that, and he did get it, and that's why he fought with me, because he knew what was in here. I have a plan, and this is for the people. This is how we get the 10% ownership. This is how we get the jobs here. We give a preference here, just like the government does. How's that work? I don't know. I'm a military vet. I go to the post office. They hire me first before they hire anybody else. That's the way we do it here. That's the way it's legal. That's how we get equity to your citizens, because they're registered voters. This is what I've been talking about, and I wrote this 10 years ago, 2015, and Mayor Waterman here, she's the one that stopped it from going through. And that lawsuit you're talking about, that lawsuit, that was just a way to hide all the information through attorney-client privilege. That's how they stop you from understanding what's happening. Now, you're not going to change Oakland County, and I'm not saying do it. I'm saying do it, but bring it together with a partnership where the people actually win with it. And you can put that in your resolution and have it done before August 16th. I've given you 17 pages of a memorandum of understanding. Look it through. It's everything I talked about written in from a legal aspect from attorneys. Thank you, guys.
Mr. Johnson, followed by Ms. Wright.
Thank you very much. Chuck Johnson here, 21 North Paddock Road. Mike, I want to applaud you for your intellect and your knowledge of how things happened years ago and how certain things happened to go away and so on. I'm reminded just in the last few minutes how those of you at that table got left out. And I'm going to use that term left out from the makeup of some of the things that just happened with the roadkill incident. And a lot of the folk here in this city got left out. Well, I'm getting tired of being left out. You know, I started coming here back in the 70s, vying for some of the work that came through the... Can I have my seconds back? Thank you, and I wish you would get the meeting in order, man, so we can speak up here without having to listen to somebody on the side.
Mr. Johnson has the floor.
Thank you. Again, I've been coming up here since way back when Holland was elected and before, and fighting for the right of the local folk to be a part of this makeup of things in Pontiac, these jobs that were given away and so on. I stood in this room many evenings to 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning waiting for an opportunity to talk about the jobs that was happening in this town. I want to mention a few names that stood here and fought with me as contractors. I want to name Leon Clark, Johnny Stinson, Henry Hood, Otis Jones, Marie Johnson, Chuck Johnson. Oh, that's me. But I want you to know one thing here tonight in my last few seconds. If you guys, as much as we like what you're doing, we've always come to the podium and submitted how well you're doing your jobs, as well as the mayor. Don't leave us out. Make sure that whatever happens in these new ventures going forward, that those of us here in the city of Pontiac, people like Chuck Johnson and others, allow us to be a part of that. Thank you very much.
Ms. Beatrice Wright.
Beatrice Wright, 1268 Oak Lawn in Pontiac. You know, I just want to say that historically, number one, Pontiac is the seat of Oakland County. More than 40 years ago, more than maybe 60 years ago, the county chose to take a campus onto the outskirts of Pontiac, still Pontiac, but in someone's wisdom, they took the executive offices to Waterford. And now we have someone who is, if it's Jennifer Granholm, not Jennifer Granholm, Gretchen Whitmer, that is bringing this development back to Pontiac, I thank you. But I also want there to be some equity in the deal. that as this development comes to Pontiac, we need jobs for our young people in those Ottawa towers. And as it relates to the transfer of the land, you're going to give us 2 acres. 2 acres is not enough for a entertainment venue of the caliber that we once had. I know many of us spent some wonderful evenings up there on the Phoenix Center. And there were thousands of people up there, at least seated. There had to be 1,000, and then walking around the venue, there had to be probably another 1,000. 2 acres won't cut it. And I think, as a matter of fact, I know, entertainment venues, the fine arts are often the fountainhead, the headwaters of bringing a city back. And so if we're going to have a venture with Oakland County, we want jobs, we want there to be equity, and we want more than 2 acres. Thank you.
Any other requests for public comment? Anyone for a first time? Just real quick. Billy Swayze, are you rising to be spoken or just... All right. All right, fair enough. Anyone who wishes to speak for a first time? For a first time? For a first time. Mr. Jones?
Okay. One of the things last night that I will say that was spoken about, and they said at the county, and I commend the gentleman who said it. He said the county is looking how they can really tackle some real hard things that the county may need to make some real hard decisions. And they're willing to do it. They're doing it with the help of the state, but he used the word transformational. Now, transformational is change. Change is hard to accept, guys. But and it's another word that keep coming up. You guys got to hear this. Transparency. People are not dumb. You need to be transparent. This is what happens to elected officials a lot of time. They don't be transparent enough with the residents. Then we get caught up in it. And at the end of the day, I'm going to tell you one of the things working with DOE, they saying they realize the biggest issue is people believing that you're telling the truth. So it's transformation, transparency, and being truthful. Those things are going to be key for the people in Pontiac. Because I'm going to tell you once again, the brick and mortar we get all excited about, it does not help the resident. And we have to have workforce development starting now, even though it's very true. It won't really come to fruition for another 2 or 3 years, but we need workforce development educating our people how to be in a position, not just for the construction jobs, for the engineering jobs, for the architectural jobs, for all types of services that we'll be serving around here in Pontiac, but you never see Pontiac people working in there. You never see them, and we just kind of get blinded to it. That's how you really have a real economic development, with workforce development being the engine. Thank you.
I see a first hand in the back. You can take the podium for a first time.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, and everyone that's here. My name is Anita. I'm speaking on behalf of Silver City Productions. They're located on Jesse Street. They're having their 2023 annual community picnic that they would like Pontiac to know about.
This is a public hearing on a specific topic, so I'll have to defer you on that. But if you want to submit that to if you have a flyer and you want to submit
the flyers will be here next week.
Okay.
But it's for the city of Pontiac on Osmond and Jesse Street on September the 3rd.
Okay.
There's going to be live entertainment and food. Phase 5 will be there.
Thank you.
The same people.
It's not in order this time for announcements. It's a public hearing on a specific topic. So
Okay.
Don't mean to throw you off, but I appreciate you making the time here, and we'll look forward to those flyers and announcing it next week.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you very much.
Continuing the public hearing regarding the Phoenix Center, I saw Ms. Miller.
My last time. I just want to say this to the citizens of Pontiac. I've been here all my life as a kid. I got people here in the city of Pontiac that I admire, respect, and I would like to, I fight for them because they can't fight any longer. I want everyone to know that when I come down here and speak, I'm not just speaking for myself. I have constituents, even though I'm not in office. They speak through me. I'm not just speaking for myself. And I want the council and the mayor absent because he needs to be here. See, that's what transparency is. Where is the mayor? He needs to be here. He needs to. Mike, you're doing a great job. I commend you. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes right now because these questions are, he was at the meeting. I didn't never see you at the meeting speaking with them on that video. We need transparency. That's all I'm asking because once this deal is done, I live here, I own a home here, I got many friends that live here. This is going to hurt everyone. And as Carlton said, you got to give us can't we have a little piece of the pie? Why we don't get anything out of these deals? That's all I'm saying. And I'm praying that it does, because when it go through, years from now, it's going to rest on this council and the administration if this doesn't turn out right for the city of Pontiac. It's all on you, and I wouldn't want to be in your shoes, and I've been up there before. That's why I went out to the people. If the mayor had just brought in the people, had meetings, had forums, I got to give it to Mayor Waterman. She didn't do what she's supposed to most of the time, but she had a meetings. She did have her forums. I mean, it is what it is. She did give the citizens the opportunity to do and say and speak their mind. And that's all I'm asking for is that I got nieces and nephews in this city need jobs. We want to see some of these people on the construction site. Carlton Jones should be the first guy y'all pick up because these kids are begging for jobs. Thank you.
All right, so it seems like, is there anyone for a first time? Yes, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Charlie McEwen. I'm not a resident, but I also help out Karen.
We'll need an address even if you state your work address.
Just work 3411 Waterford, out there in Warmer. I just moved out here from Las Vegas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've seen a lot from I heard a lot. I deal with entertainment on a large scale. I deal with A artists, B artists. I went on tour. And also, Arts Beats and Eats, I have something parallel to that I can bring in 50,000 people or more. Now, the thing is, you also need to take care of the people of Pontiac. The first thing you do, you always, always, always hire the people within the city. It doesn't take long to restructure your city. I've seen Vegas do it under a month. This is politics you guys are dealing with. I deal with entertainment. Entertainment is heavy. It's a cutthroat. I know somebody here said as far as it is number 2 next to Secretary of State. It brings in that much money. It brings in a ton. You bring in artists, it will help your city out. Roadkill, that was all private. It has nothing to do with the city. That was their plan from the very beginning. If you bring in an outsider that can help out your people outside of these companies, you can do it. That's all I really have to say.
Anyone else for a first time? For a first time? For a first time. All right, for the balance, I'm going to have to cut down the time to a minute for final feedback or questions, and you can line up.
Thanks, Mike.
It is Larry Jasper speaking again from Marlboro and Bloomfield Hills. You have the floor.
Can you reset that for a minute since we're done? Thank you, Mike.
Of course. Just as a reminder, everyone must state their name and address.
Okay, thank you. The infrastructure we're talking about, high-speed internet, are you guys familiar with Oakland County's price internet that was not supposed to be charged to us? They have hotspots all over Oakland County. You probably know that these buildings were hooked up to internet with OnStar through satellite, so it'd be really easy to do that. That's part of the infrastructure that already exists, not to mention the sewer and electrical for the little cities. And it's a franchise, so we duplicate the process. But the other thing I want to make a point out, since I only got 30 seconds, the business owners shouldn't be taking the blunt of what's going on here with the development. If we were to partner this and put it through a PPP and partnership with Oakland County, which you said we're going to be part of it, they should be reimbursed. So we should be working with them in order to keep their businesses going. They're running some food. We run our employees through that. We preference that with the citizens of the city of Pontiac. And Williams, one of the council members for, did a wraparound insurance platform. That was so the small businesses could work on the big sites, and the city can afford to make that kind of a cost. That's some of the things that we have to consider when we're doing this, looking for an equity interest. If you get the people
That does
working
conclude
here,
your additional time.
they can
Next
actually
up.
afford their house and make a difference.
Did you ever think of this? Okay.
It's Renee Beckley from Crescent.
Okay. You ever think of this? You remember Al Brooks, right? He was a Republican, county exec. We had John Engler and Snyder. The governor's elections, 2005 or 2004? And for the Oakland counties, it's the same year. So say we get a Republican county exec and a Republican governor that got the same mindset as L. Brooks Patterson, Snyder, and Engler. And you remember them, that they had the attitude about Pontiac drop dead gorgeous. So you get that in office, what are you going to do? They cut your money and your funding now. That's my question. Because this pop 50-50, maybe, maybe not. It's not always not. I've been in politics since the 1990s. And the campaign managers, assistants, and office manager, they go in waves. Democrats always don't get, they don't always win. They get clobbered. So think about that.
I'm Darlene Clark, once again as a resident.
Of Nebraska Avenue.
Thank you. Again, the reason I say purchase agreement, because a purchase agreement gives clarity on the transaction that's being at hand. It gives details of what's the profits to be made and what's not. Council people, I know this is a short minute, but the resident people are not, we're trying to hold you up when you can't hold yourself up. We're giving you details and our needs and wants that the city of taxpayers and the residents want for us. John Kennedy put it very clearly. It's not what your country can do. It's not what you can do for your country. It's what your country can do for you. Which, this being said, what is it that the Phoenix Center can do to us when we putting in this much money and not knowing a profit? Council people, with your true intelligence and the residents that you reside in your city, what would the Phoenix Center do for us as residents and our future?
I'm back. Deirdre Waterman. Council President.
From Ottawa Drive. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I lost a few seconds there, Council President. But anyway.
It's reset. Deirdre Waterman, Ottawa Drive.
And then while we're at it, I don't know the reason why you're having to rush through this, Council President. This is a momentous decision, and people just want to have their answers and have their questions answered. So, and heretofore, your predecessors have allowed that. Council public hearing has gone on as long as people need to answer the questions. Well, I'm going to run through some of the questions that I want to know if you know the answers to and can tell the people. But there's so much contradictory information. For example, even so many people are confused. No Oakland Press in their Saturday paper wrote that the city was buying the Ottawa Towers. Okay, that's just one reason why we should have more information out there and transparency. Which properties are the vacant properties? Okay, I brought generally you put lot numbers in there. In any transactions, there were none in the agenda for today or in the MOU. It says, read it in the appendix, but the appendix weren't there, so we couldn't review that. What's going to happen to the amphitheater? Are we still going to own that? That has value, and we heard last night that we have to work. What is the plan for that, the amphitheater? How do you specify what county offices can be put in the Ottawa Towers? Can they bring a jail?
That
is
does
that anywhere
conclude
specified?
your additional time.
There's more questions.
Brian Killian Bay, 32 Mary Day. Just briefly, in the words of my mother, Miss Evelyn LaDuff, why? Why does Oakland County want to come to Pontiac? Does Oakland County need Pontiac or Pontiac need Oakland County? One of the things we have to comprehend, the reason why they're coming here is that being open, transparent, whatever the reason. We have to believe that if they're coming here, they're getting something out of this, extremely. My question is always going to be, what are we getting out of it? Because I do know this. They have limited space out there. So with them coming over here, it's a benefit to Oakland County as well as Pontiac. So what are we going to get back when we know we need each other? And a lot of times we make deals, like we make deals to our big brother, big sister, we have to give up everything. We need to stop that and just consider when you ask yourself in voting for this, why is this deal being done? Thank you.
Thank you, Robert Bass, 499 Highland again. Got a question for clarity. As I remember it correctly, the mayor said that after this deal, we would have no debt. But in this, it says within 30 business days of receiving their FY 2004 enhanced grant fund that extinguish and pay all current and outstanding debt. I need to know how much our debt is and how much is that fund going to be. Thank you.
Okay. Any final takers for our public hearing? Any final takers for our public hearing?
Yeah, let me say one other thing right quick.
That would be a third time, Mr. Jones.
Right. I say this because there's people watching and they need to clear up some things. So I heard Brian saying about when we need to understand this. The county is saying they're going to bring 500-600 workers. They will be paying Pontiac taxes. If they work here, they will be paying Pontiac taxes. But that's not saying that's going to be Pontiac residents working. So just to get a little clarity to it, so when they say they're going to make a commitment to bring some people here, that helps the city with city taxes. Because anybody who work in the city is supposed to be paying. But he said clearly, Oakland County property owners pay no taxes to Pontiac. Not property taxes.
Thank you, Carlton Jones of Oak Lawn Drive, for your post-final time.
Oh, you cut me off? I ain't 2 minutes that quick. Now I want. Okay. Oh,
You had
okay.
2 minutes round one, 1 minute round two, and 0 minutes round three. For a second time, Beatrice Wright of Oak Lawn for 1 minute.
I was at a planning meeting on the 2nd, and one of the points that one of the commission members made was that there's a square building behind Oakland Press that for months I was saying, what is that? And it turned out to be an apartment building that planner said that was not the rendering we were given. But later on, they told us that they lost funding. Oakland County has deep pockets, and the transparency that Carlton talked about, the truth, and all that information that people, and the jobs, and I'm talking about Oakland County jobs, because construction will start and it will end, but Oakland County will be here and our youngsters need jobs.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson for a second time.
Thank you very much. I
Chuck
just
Johnson of 21 North Paddock.
That's me. I want to just say one thing to the folk here.
Order in the chambers.
Well, that's a sideshow that we've been inherited. And you're not doing anything about it, Mike.
I've restored your time. We are paused waiting for you and only you to regale us.
Thank you very much, sir. Listen, just one important comment is that we need, as the citizens of Pontiac, and looking at what's coming down the road or what may happen sooner than later, let's give it an opportunity to work. Let's not just plow into it and throw water on it or throw the baby out, as they would say, throw the baby out with the bath water. Let's give it a chance. Let's find out just what's going on. We're going to have more opportunities to speak on this. We're going to have opportunities to do things and say more. But let's give it a chance. Let's see how it's going to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It appears that the final entry to the fray is for a third time. Dr. Deirdre Waterman, Ottawa Drive.
I had a number of questions that were sent to me by people, and I'm not going to have time to get through all of them, but I hope you can answer some of them. That's just what people want to know to feel comfortable about this deal. In addition to the ones I had brought up, and I'm going to put this on the Spirit of Pontiac public forum for those of you who want to know, have questions or have other questions that you want to present too, that you'd like to know the answers to. So one of the other questions was, other than the amphitheater, I understand that that can be ours, but we got to move to maintain it. That has real value to it, and that can be relocated somewhere else. If the Oakland County plans to demolish the Phoenix Center and build a new one, will the city still have ownership interest in the garage because they say it's a long-term lease? And what will happen at the end of this lease? Mayor Grimer says that, okay, we talked about the lease agreement, the vacant parcels. Yeah, which vacant parcels are there? There's no lot numbers on there. And of the lot numbers you talked about, 2 of them are not owned by, 3 of them are not owned by the city. So we can't convey vacant parcels. So we need to not make those kind of mistakes that we don't own. But I put this on the Spirit of Pontiac, and you do have copies of them. I did email
That
to
concludes
you
your time
yesterday.
once more. Are there any other requests to speak during the public hearing? Are there any other requests to speak during the public hearing? Are there any other requests to speak during the public hearing? With that, the public hearing is closed at 8:11 p.m. We continue with this evening's agenda. There was a second special presentation specifically about the Woodward Dream Cruise activities and options happening August 19th, 2023. I don't see Ms. Powell in the chambers to speak to that. I'll give a few seconds to see if she emerges. That ain't her. All right, so with that, if we want to, we can bring that up next week. There's still some time prior to the Woodward Dream Cruise.
Do we need a motion to move it to next week?
We could do that. Motion to postpone for 1 week. Moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Rutherford. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on the motion to postpone that special presentation. Clerk Doyle.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. It'll be postponed for 1 week. We are now at a resolution to authorize the mayor to enter into a memorandum of agreement with Oakland County. It's already been moved and seconded at a previous city council meeting. But it was postponed once more from last week's meeting. So with that, we are now at the resolution, which I will read, and then we will consider amendments, and then we will get, just in part to sort of set the table, and then we will go through section by section so everyone can know what the deal is, if they already aren't familiar. So the resolution that was moved before us before, whereas Oakland County plans to purchase certain real property in downtown Pontiac, and whereas after leasing that property, Oakland County will inherit the remaining years of a long-term lease of the Phoenix Center parking garage, and whereas Oakland County has been awarded funds from the state of Michigan to make substantial improvements to the parking in downtown Pontiac, and whereas Oakland County and the city of Pontiac would like to work together to facilitate this historic investment in the city, now therefore be it resolved, City Council hereby authorizes the mayor to execute the attached memorandum of understanding on the date that Oakland County closes on the above referenced purchase of property, and further resolve that the City Council authorizes the mayor in his discretion to approve and sign any further modifications to the memorandum of agreement. So the first amendment I would like to have considered, could we please, in the first resolved, replace the word understanding with agreement? So that way it's uniform reading memorandum of agreement rather than memorandum of understanding.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, that language be replaced. Is there any discussion or clarification needed on that? Essentially procedural, housekeeping. Yes, sir.
Let me be clear. So the first whereas?
The first resolved.
Oh, first resolved.
Right now it reads attached memorandum of understanding. It will now be, if this amendment passes, read memorandum of agreement. Hearing no, what's that? It's on the resolution.
Oh, you're on the, I'm sorry.
I'm on the resolution.
I'm on the agreement. I'm sorry.
Understood.
Okay. So is the first resolve will be, what was it again? I'm sorry.
Replacing the word understanding with the word agreement.
Okay, got it.
And I would be capitalizing memorandum of agreement just for uniformity. Hearing no further discussion on that particular motion to amend, roll call on that specific amendment. Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman? McGinnis?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
All right. That motion carries. The amendment is now reflected in the main resolution before us. The next amendment that I think would be in order, the second, be it further resolved that the City Council authorizes the mayor in his discretion to approve and sign any further modifications to the memorandum of agreement. I think it would be most appropriate to strike that and then also strike the word "and" because there will no longer be a second resolved. It's been moved by Rutherford. Support. Seconded by Nicholson. And we know that there will be other phases of this and other agreements, but we meet weekly, and this is a substantial matter of business, so I think that we can very easily adopt any updates to the agreement that is beyond typographical. So that's the philosophy there. Hearing any further discussion on that? What?
Let me rephrase that. Are we still having discussion on the main item?
We are on the resolution, and the amendment being proposed is striking the second resolved, that the City Council authorizes the mayor in his discretion to approve and sign any further modifications to the memorandum of agreement. Our first amendment that's already been adopted is we replace the word in the first resolve with understanding it now is memorandum of agreement. It was moved and seconded, right, Clerk Doyle? Yes. Okay, so that motion to amend is before us. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on that amendment that strikes the final resolved in that resolution.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
Yeah. The one I gave.
Yes.
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 Okay, that carries. We're back at the main resolution as amended. And is there a motion to replace the proposed memorandum of agreement between the county and the city with the
So
revised
moved.
agreement before us?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. So over the course of many weeks, there have been negotiations back and forth between county leadership, city leadership, and so it continues to be strengthened and, for that matter, lengthened. So that way there's even more protections and safeguards for the citizens, for the taxpayers. So you have seen the bulk of it, but we're going to review the memorandum category by category. So that way you see what we see. And with that, you're absolutely right. Let's set the table a little bit more. Mayor Grimel, you have the floor.
Well, there is one typo in what was passed out by legal counsel, and so he's making that adjustment right now because I know that you've got on the floor, I think, what he distributed to adopt, and so he is in the process of making that adjustment now. But if you're looking at the document that we distributed, I just wanted to point out that on page 4, in subsection F,
yes,
there's the word consideration of, and that and this is on line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the area designated for green space. The words consideration of should be deleted. It should just be the area designated for green space.
Okay. So it was moved by Rutherford, seconded by Carrington. Do I have that right, Clerk Doyle? Yes. So that motion to provide the revised agreement would be also including the striking of the phrase consideration of on page 4, letter F, so that way consideration of green space would be struck. Is that in keeping with your motion
That is correct.
And for you, Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes.
Okay. So what we have before us is, are we, as a council, interested in using this as our vehicle that we'll be discussing and deliberating
Yes.
tonight? And Mayor Grimel, anything further that you'd like to say, just for context? And like I said, we'll be thoroughly going through for the entire community's benefit.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Just a few items. I want to try to address some of the questions that I heard. We had a question about the amount of debt relating to the Phoenix Center. And the previous administration, when they entered into the Phoenix Center deal a couple of years ago, they bought the office towers from one private owner and immediately sold them to another private owner, essentially the current private owner. And in doing so, they sold that for a large loss of money. Some of that loss of money they covered by using approximately $5 million of city funds, essentially cash. But they also took out a loan from the previous owner of the building of $6 million that the previous administration agreed would be repaid by the city. And some of that has already been repaid, but there's still a $5 million outstanding debt. And in terms of that outstanding debt, we have secured $5 million in state assistance to completely pay off that debt so that we will no longer be paying such a large amount of money to pay off that debt that the previous administration left the city and its taxpayers. The other items that I think are really important as we consider this agreement are there's certainly the benefit of bringing the county back into the heart of our city, into our downtown. And that is no small thing because over the past 60 plus years, due to a variety of reasons, including classism and racism and other things, the county really disinvested from the heart of our community and moved out to the very edge of the community where the county campus is now, along the border with Waterford. And this would help in a very meaningful and important way reverse that by bringing at least 500 county employees into the heart of our downtown. The county's plan and what this agreement would provide for is that the county would own the footprint of the Phoenix Center as well as the surrounding vacant parcels that are currently owned by the owner of the Phoenix Center. And the county would demolish the existing Phoenix Center, build a new parking garage that does not obstruct Saginaw Street, which would allow us to restore the integrity of Pontiac's Main Street, which is Saginaw Street in our downtown. And it would ensure that a sufficient amount of ground level space is then conveyed by the county to the city so that we could have a town square, we could have a public park, an area for performance space to replace with this city-owned public space at ground level the amphitheater that has been on top of the Phoenix Center, because it's very important that the city continue to own sufficient space in the heart of our downtown for the public and for public performances. So the other item here, of course, is that the Phoenix Center has been deteriorating for a long time. The existing amphitheater on top of the Phoenix Center requires millions of dollars, and the parking garage itself has been estimated to require nearly $60 million in upgrades and repairs. And while the previous administration's agreement paid lip service to the idea that the private owner of the Ottawa Towers, who has this 99-year lease to the Phoenix Center, is required to make those upgrades, the language is very vague, it's not particularly enforceable, and it really has left the city in a very difficult position in terms of trying to get the upgrades to that parking structure that our residents deserve. There is one other matter in this agreement, which is the agreement reflects what the county and the city have agreed to, but it also, the agreement before you, also includes in red a agreement that the county executive and I reached late this afternoon that would say that two parcels that are some distance away from the Phoenix Center, they're about a block and a half away, One's known as the triangle parcel, the other is an additional parcel, that any portion of those that are not developed into a parking garage within the next 3 years would be conveyed to the city. Now, I want to be clear, though, that the county executive agreed with me about that, but the chairperson of the county commission has not agreed to that, and that portion was not reflected in what the county commission passed last Thursday. We've been clear for several months that we would like those parcels or any portion of those parcels that are not developed into parking garages conveyed back to the city, but I have put that portion of this agreement in red because I defer to City Council as to whether you want to include it based on what the county executive has agreed to, or whether you want to delete it since the county commission has, at least to this date, not agreed to it. So I'm trying to be very transparent with City Council.
So the motion before us is not the final question, it's about, apologies, the motion before us is not the final question, it's about the substituting of the updated memorandum of agreement, this substitute language, the whole 10 pages. So it's been moved and seconded, and we can,
Point of information.
yeah.
So I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
If it wasn't agreed upon in the agreement that the county commissioners made, why is it even in this packet?
Do you want to yield to the mayor?
I yield to the mayor.
Well, again, as I said, the county executive has agreed to it, not the county commission. So again, I'm trying to be perfectly transparent about the process. And if council wants to delete or remove that language, we understand that. We're trying to be very transparent with council. But the reason why it was included is because the county executive himself agreed to it.
Is the city's attorney in the room? I have a legal question. Okay. Are there any other material changes beyond what is highlighted in red that you would like to bring to our attention? The motion before us is to substitute, use this as the substitute agreement. What else is different from what the county commission and its leadership has provided to the city council?
That's it.
That is it?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Claney, if you could activate the microphone, I have a procedural question. It's the bottom right button at the base. Yes, it is now live.
Good evening.
For a memorandum of agreement that a resolution, it is accompanying with a resolution, are we able to modify, strike, amend, add any language to the agreement that would be attached? Would that be a motion that is in order when we are considering the resolution and attached agreement?
So if we take it in order, there was an agreement that was presented with you in your packets. And that agreement, if you're not going to adopt that agreement, but adopt a revised agreement, you would amend your, you would adopt a motion to amend or accept a revised agreement. You have the right to change as the council provisions in the contract and require them to be amended. But the appropriate motion would be required for that purpose. Does that answer your question?
It answers my question. My next step involves a city council member that is departing the room because I need to find out if it's the wish of the motion maker, if this is in fact the substitute agreement they would like, or if they would like the substitute agreement that does not have the highlighted passage, if that is the only difference. So that way I can make sure that the person making and seconding the motion stands by the motion before us. It's the amendment of the substitute language. Councilman Rutherford, you made the motion, and Pro Tem Carrington, you made the second. Is it your wish to have the updated memorandum of agreement version with the red language or without?
Without.
And is that also your wish, Pro Tem Carrington?
Well, let me ask a quick question, President McGinnis.
Okay.
So we are able to strike out this language?
We have.
Because I guess my concern is that this is coming to us, right? And I'm sort of going on what was discussed among us on July the 27th, I believe it was. So I definitely don't like curveballs throughout the last minute. So if nothing is different than other than that red language, I say that we continue to use the
Point of
agreement
information.
that's already been talked about.
Point of information, Councilman Goodman?
So just to clarify with the city's attorney, and I think the way I'm asking this question should probably give you a hint as to where I'm going, is the red portion of the memorandum the only difference in the contract that is not strictly legalese or language-based?
No.
I'll try and answer that. I think I know where you're asking. You had an agreement within your packet, and I think you're asking whether or not the red language in what's presented to you as a revised agreement is the same agreement, except for the red. He's not
That's
asking
exactly
that.
what I'm asking.
That's exactly what he asked.
I've got the microphone. I need to know the move and the second before there's even an amendment to consider. Does the council person who moved this version that has the PS red line, or would you like the version that's all of this without the red line?
I would like the version without the red line because there was an agreement made and we have to honor the agreement that was made July 27th and not August the 3rd.
The person who has made the motion to amend withdraws their motion. Does the council person who seconds it withdraw their second?
I withdraw.
Okay. So, with that, we have a document 10 pages in length that, according to what the attorney has represented, is everything except this matter in question.
Excuse me, Mr. President McGinnis.
Yes, you have the floor, attorney.
Thank you. So, the agreement that was placed in your packet is not the same document.
Yes, I know, and that is not the document I have in my hand.
Correct.
This is what was provided by the chair of the Oakland County Commission at 4:58 today, signed by the chair of the Oakland County Commission.
right.
I have 80 copies printed here, and so the only change that you have attested from this document to what has been provided with red line is the adding on page you've identified, letter F, that's highlighted in red, that is regarding these two additional pieces of land that's been negotiated.
That would be incorrect.
Then that was the answer you've given. So again, you have the floor to tell me what else differentiates from 5 p.m. today to now.
At approximately 1 hour ago, I, along with the chairman of the County Board of Commissioners, along with Deputy County Executive and the Mayor, and along with Corporation Counsel, revised the agreement that was signed by the County Executive that was presented to you earlier today, and revised that agreement in conformance with some discussions that the Mayor had requested, which have been revised and I believe consented to. The only difference in that agreement from about an hour ago is the red line portion that's in the agreement. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
Are you yielding to the mayor?
Yes, I'm yielding to the mayor.
The attorney
Yeah.
yields to Mayor Grimal.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we wanted to change some things to better protect the city in terms of making sure that the city had to agree to the campus plan through a development agreement. And we wanted to make sure also that the agreement was enforceable by taking out certain termination language. That has been agreed to by Chairman Woodward. Can you attest to that, Chairman? As well as the County Executive's Office. And those changes were made to better serve the city's interests. And so, well, sure
Order.
enough.
The mayor has the floor.
And what we've distributed is exactly what was agreed to by the county. What I've distributed is that with that, again, with the change that needs to be made in terms of that typo, but we circulated a second document that fixes that typo that I identified earlier. So it includes everything that the county's corporation counsel, Dave Woodward, and the county executive have agreed to, but for that red language. So if the council is concerned about that red language, which, again, I understand that concern because the county commission hasn't agreed to it. But what I would suggest is that the city council adopt what has now been agreed to except for that red language and take that out. Although I think that's important to protect the city's interests as well, but I defer to city council about that.
Hence, why my question about if there was any other changes beyond the red line was pertinent. Councilman Parker, for a first time, would you like to yield your time to the chairman of the Oakland County Commission so that he can address this body and make certain that we understand what their position is?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Mr. Woodward.
Chairman Woodward and Deputy County Executive Carlson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President and Council. I just wanted to recap. I believe that the document's been handed out with the red in there includes the signed document by the executive and myself that I sent to you, Mr. President, earlier today with those two changes. And the two changes are specific, and I mean, maybe there's a way to highlight them in red, but specifically speaks to working together, the city and the county on the campus plan, and memorializing that with a subsequent agreement that all parties will work for going forward, and that's in that. So I mean, I think it's basically a few words added to that paragraph, as well as there was issue about termination and survivability, and I had to defer back to the lawyers. By eliminating the termination, you don't need the survivability because of the other recourses that were built in the original agreement. And so it was, it's more like probably legal technicality to ensure the enforceability of this agreement. What I will say is that, I mean, that the language in red is not agreeable, and would, I mean, hope that this council, so we can move forward with this process, can support this memorandum of agreement so that we can, I mean, be part of working together to create this transformational impact that I think is mutually benefit, not just to the county, but also to the residents in the city of Pontiac. I don't know if there's any. Nothing there. That's great.
We are at the main motion, the resolution as amended. So it sounds as though there would still be an interest from a council member to make the motion to replace the proposed memorandum of agreement between the county and the city with the revised agreement. And that would be the one that is redlined but has the consideration of updated. So that way that spelling error is no longer before us, or, you know, just intent error.
Just deleting those two words, consideration for, just to be clear.
And that's,
or consideration of, rather.
That's right. So, is there a council member that wishes to make the motion to replace the proposed memorandum of agreement between the county and the city with the revised agreement? You make the motion, Councilman Rutherford? And is there a second? And then I'll hear your point. Oh, a point of order, Councilman Parker? Microphone.
The third revision, it includes the changes that the original red revision left out.
Yes.
Okay. And so what we're voting on is the third revision with the changes that have been made.
It's basically taking this document and making it what we're now debating. It doesn't finalize it, but it's saying that this is what's now before us, and it sounds like council will probably want to do a further amendment that removes or at least makes a verdict, renders a verdict on the subsection F that's been identified in question.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. So it's been moved. Is there a second?
The clerk had a question.
Clerk, are you just trying to identify who's seconding? Okay, so it's been moved by Councilman Rutherford. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Now your question, Clerk Doyle.
So the new agreement is this one, which now no longer has that consideration of language.
Correct.
In subsection F on page 4.
Right. Correct.
Okay. I'm clear.
Is everyone clear on the motion before us? It's taking this 10-pager that will go through it. What's that? it keeps restarting based on a new amendment, but I'll give you the floor first. Councilman Goodman.
So to both well, I guess this is a large question to anyone who can answer this. So the reason I asked the question specifically about if any language had been changed between the different memorandums minus the red language is that I'm looking at this contract actively, and there are at least three sentences where there are differences. And whether or not those differences are actually material, I have asked the question, and the answer that I know is in front of me has not been given to me. If I look at, and excuse my mess up here, in the original memorandum that is in our packet on page 3, there's a section that is in section B. Following construction of a new parking structure, the county agrees to set aside 20% of all parking to be used by general public before establishing parking rates, blah, 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 so on and so forth. That section has been removed. That is not in red in the new packet. That is a change that, again, whether it being material, is not listed out. If you go to page 4, thank you. On page 4, in section E, the county further agrees to maintain at least 500 county employees at the Judson building for a minimum of 10 years from the date the first employees are relocated. Again, I would like an explanation to that, but it's also a change that was not highlighted in red that is different between the two contracts.
I think I can help you on that. So the mayor submitted to the city council on Friday their preferred updated memorandum of agreement. The county, taking many of those updates, but not all of them, provided yet a further updated agreement today. Now, 3 hours after that, the county and the mayor have yet a third iteration that would replace it. So there would be a number of differences between Friday's mayor version and Tuesday's county version. And now the county mayor hybrid with an asterisk that's now in red. And so that's why I'm going through section by section, so that way this council and the community can know all the dynamics.
I yield.
Okay. Is the attorney trying to get the council's attention? Okay. Councilman Parker?
I do have, well, in accordance with Councilman Goodman, I have a question because specifically in the original one that was given, it says that we will transfer the 500 employees and they will remain in place for 10 years from the date of the first employees are relocated. And that's not included in the fourth revision.
That is right. That is something that the mayor drafted that was not agreed to. So it is not agreed to by the county. So it is not before us with this latest version.
Okay.
All right. So we have a motion before us that really just helps us reset to know that we're all talking about the same document. That's the motion to amend to provide the substitute language. Hearing.
One last question.
Yes.
If we approve this document, is some of this that was in the original document still debatable and amendable?
The short answer was yes, but it potentially would be a poison pill in terms of whether the county's leadership would concur to it and whether that might prompt additional consideration and either passing or failing by the county commission.
Okay.
All right, so it's the motion to amend right now, so that way we have the same memorandum of agreement before us all. Roll call on that motion to amend to replace the proposed memorandum of agreement between the county and the city, aka replacing what had been before us since Friday with this revised agreement. Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman. 6 yeas, no nays.
Okay, so that is now before us, and just before we go through section by section to understand all the dynamics of this important decision, it's been identified on page 3 of 10, letter subsection C, that larger section. Is there a motion?
Just a point of personal privilege. I just want it for the public's benefit. I had surgery recently, so the reason why I keep getting up and leaving and why I wasn't here for a few times is just because I'm still taking care of myself. So I have to go and drink some water every now and then, and just sit down and rest. So I just want to make sure people know. And I do have, as most people know, there are speakers in the back, so I can hear everything that's going on, and we'll keep up to date as I come back.
Thank
So,
you for
thank
that point of personal
Thank you.
privilege. Is there a motion to strike in the memorandum of agreement, essentially to remove that section?
So moved.
And is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, second by Councilman Goodman. This would strike on page 3 of 10, the current subsection C, and I'll read it so that way we all know and the council will know whether we want it or not. That removes this from the memorandum of agreement. So we would have an updated memorandum of agreement before us. So this currently reads, to the extent that the parcels or portions thereof commonly identified as 143223 or 232009, and the parcel commonly identified as the triangle parcel, as more fully described, identified in Exhibit B, or portions thereof, are not used for the new parking structure within 3 years of this agreement being executed, the county agrees to convey to the city those parcels or portions of the parcels not developed as parking structures within 3 years of this agreement being executed by fee simple title by either a warranty or covenant deed to the city, together with all improvements and appurtenances, including but not limited to A, all leasehold rights, B, all tenements, hereditaments, I think that means if you're, pass it down, hereditary, privileges and appurtenances thereto belonging or in any way appertaining thereto. C, all water, air, riparian, and mineral rights. D, the use of appurtenant easements, whether or not of record, strips, and right-of-way abutting, adjacent, contiguous, or adjoining the properties. E, all tangible and intangible property, personal property located thereat. F, all fixtures, equipment, and all and other items attached to the improvements located at all the properties, H, all fixtures, equipment, and other items attached to the improvements of the properties. I, all rights of the county under any express or implied guarantees, warranties, indemnifications, and other rights, if any, and with which the county may have against suppliers, laborers, material men, contractors, or subcontractors arising out of or in connection with the installation, construction, and maintenance of the improvements, fixtures, and personal property on or about the properties. J, all assignable licenses, franchises, rights, and governmental or other permits, authorizations, consents, and approvals, including those necessary to own and or operate the properties to the extent that the same are legally assignable. And K, all future land division rights, if any. The warranty or covenant deed set forth in this section shall be executed and delivered to the city, within 30 business days. The county shall be responsible to record the warranty deed. So in layperson's terms, what that's saying is that these two vacant land parcels, that they would be, if they're not used within 3 years for parking structures, after the agreement's executed, the county would convey to the city. They're not currently city property, they're county property. They'd come essentially as an additional transfer of land. And so want to give any further discussion on the merits of that before council renders a verdict. As the county commission chair indicated, it is substantively different than what was voted on by the county commission. So it would prompt, in their estimation, a new vote, if they were even willing to consider a new vote for an updated memorandum of agreement that had this substantive change. Councilwoman Rutherford?
So can we get correspondence from the county to ask them how this would affect if we even tried to put this language back in there?
Correspondence?
Yes. I'm sorry. So what the concerns were in regards to this?
Would you like to yield to Chairman Woodward
yield
to
the
communicate?
chairman and
or
to the
Deputy Executive
Deputy
Carlson?
Exec Carlson. Good evening.
And activate the microphone with the bottom at the right of the base. Yes, sir.
Are we good? All right, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. This does not have support, this particular section, Section C, that was just read by your President of the City Council, Mr. McGinnis. It does not have the support of County Executive Coulter. There was a conversation that he and the mayor did have, but there is not an agreement. I have spoken to the county executive. He has communicated that is not an agreement. for that. All the other sections that we've worked with the city and some of the versions that you see right now, we were hammering out some things, and the city attorneys that we sat down with, about 80% of the changes that they had offered to bring clarity to this memorandum of agreement have been accepted by the county executive's office.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment before us? Councilman Nicholson for the first time?
I think maybe I might want to yield to Chairman Woodward. I don't know that I got a clear answer for Councilwoman Rutherford's question. With this reconveyance, what is the main concern, or do you have gathered that feedback, or?
So, I mean, the memorandum of agreement that the board has authorized, contained a number of material factors. This falls outside that. I think all of you, and for the public's benefit, that we are on a timeline that, in order for us to have an executable memorandum of agreement, I'm not authorized to sign the purchasing agreement. If I can't sign the purchasing agreement, then we go into default, and the entire deal is in jeopardy. I don't have time to pull even the board back together. I communicated to the board. The board authorized me to make non-material changes as we move through. So some of the issue around to codify or memorialize a development agreement follows through with more concrete language of what was already agreed to. Language under the consideration of green space, removing that. There's a commitment of green space around the parameters outlined there. The legal issues about survivability and termination, that can be handled to maintain the integrity of the overall agreement that are considered non-material. This is considered a material change to the agreement, and doesn't. And I do not feel compelled that I could sign that. And I think, as the deputy executive mentioned, that does not have the support of the county executive.
And just as a follow-up, your corporation counsel has also agreed on that your assumption that it wouldn't be proper for you to sign that based on the fact that they agree that this is material?
Yes, that this is a material change and would require subsequent action.
Thank you.
Anyone for a first time? Councilman Rutherford, are you all set? I think
I just wanted to make sure. So the county exec did not agree to this, just making it plain so that everybody can hear it for the front and the back.
He is not in agreement with this language as it is presented.
Just want to make sure. Thank you.
Hearing no further discussion on the amendment before us that would remove the current subsection, page 3, for counties' responsibilities, the county shall, subsection C, would strike it, and then all the subsections would be newly lettered accordingly as a result for formatting. Is every council member clear on the amendment motion before us? Okay. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on the motion to amend.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
All right, that motion carries. We're back to the main motion, the resolution and memorandum of agreement as updated. So, want the community to have the ability to get all the nuts and bolts of it. So, this is between Oakland County and the city of Pontiac. Whereas Oakland County has been awarded a $50 million enhancement grant by the state of Michigan for public infrastructure purposes that would permit the county to relocate certain county operations within the city's downtown area at or near Woodward and Orchard Lake Roads, on which they're calling the Pontiac Office Relocation Project. And whereas in connection with that project on July 27th, and the resolution is identified, and on August 3rd, resolution's also identified, the County Board of Commissioners approved an assignment of purchase agreement for the purchase and lease of the following and amendments thereto. So there are A, B, C, D, and E, and this is pertaining in terms of what the county's actions are. Office building located at 51111 Woodward Avenue, Pontiac, Michigan, known as Ottawa 1 Building or Ottawa Tower property in their purchase agreement. B, vacant office building located at 31 East Judson Street, referenced often as Judson Building, Judson property. Vacant land parcels described in their purchase agreement known as vacant lots, parcels 1 through 5. I identified them previously. This is not pertaining to any city land, but again, we have that exhibit that spells out exactly what those 5 parcels are. The triangle portion of the land is parcel 1 that was referenced. Parcel 2 is a vacated Perry Street, so Perry and Water Street. Parcel 3 is again a vacant parcel near what was once Perry Street. Parcel 4 is again vacant land near Auburn Avenue and what was Park Street, now Woodward Avenue northbound. Parcel 5, and that's part taken for Wide Track Drive from certain lots. So again, it's just neat and tidy dealing with all these sort of outstanding parcels that they are purchasing from the private property owner. Assignment of the Ottawa building office leases. Their current building at Ottawa Tower is partially leased. So they, as buying it, they're acquiring those leases. They would remain, active leases. And then finally, assignment of all interest in the ground lease or the lease for the Phoenix Center parking garage, known as Phoenix Center Parking Garage, as further described in the purchase agreement. So that's where, with their purchase, they become the leaseholder. And so, whereas the county desires to purchase the properties for the Pontiac office relocation project for $19,200,000, and they've completed their due diligence in connection with the purchase. And the city is the owner and lessor of the Phoenix Center parking garage, and also claims certain interests in the properties pursuant to the Memorandum of Understanding dated December 31st, 2021. So that's the MOU. Whereas in connection with the county's historic transformational investment in the downtown area of the city, the county has requested and the city desires to transfer and convey the city's interest in the Phoenix Center parking garage to the county, subject to the terms and conditions set forth in the agreement. And that's what prompted us needing to have a public hearing, because it transfers and conveys the city's current interest in that Phoenix Center parking garage. So, this memorandum of agreement spells out the responsibilities and obligations of both the county and the city. And for the sake of time, I'm going to get to it. The county shall, with the adoption and ratification and signing of this agreement, the county shall move forward with the demolition of the Phoenix Center parking garage within 24 months of all the following. 1, final payment of all the city's outstanding debt obligations in connection with the Phoenix Center parking garage. 2, conveyance of the property set forth in Section 5, subsection D, and subsection 3, receipt by the county of any permits or leases required for the demolition of the Phoenix Center parking garage. B, move forward with the construction of a new parking structure in the downtown area in amount not less than $30 million. The new parking structure shall be completed within 24 months following the commencement of construction of the new parking structure unless otherwise extended by mutual consent of the parties. Such consent shall not be unreasonably withheld. So again, to recap, the county is committing, and I'll just summarize all these, that they would be demolishing the Phoenix Center parking. If we transfer the city's interest of the Phoenix Center within 2 years, although we anticipate it'll be much sooner that the many steps will happen, but that within 2 years at the latest, that the property, the facility will be demolished. And second, that the county shall be at least spending $30 million for the construction of a new parking structure. Next, perform, this is D, perform, it was D, now it'll be the new C, but that's a side note. Perform and pay for the repair and reconstruction of portions of Saginaw Street and Auburn and Orchard Lake Road needed as a result of the Phoenix Center parking garage and or construction of the new parking structure, including the reconnection of Saginaw Street and repair of Auburn and Orchard Lake Road. So in summary, it's the county's responsibility to reconnect, repair, and rebuild those impacted roads underneath, essentially what's underneath today, the Phoenix Center parking garage. Next, the previous letter E, transfer the work location of at least 500 county employees to the Judson building. Is someone having an inability to hear? Okay, I'm sorry. There are requests from people in the audience that if we can keep side conversations down so we can get through this. The previous letter F, work with the city to designate green space as defined herein that shall be utilized for public use. Green space means an area of grass, trees, or other vegetation that is set apart for recreational or aesthetic purposes. In addition, the county shall work with the city to develop a campus plan, which shall include green space north of Auburn/Orchard Lake Road. The area designated for green space shall be all space that is not occupied by a new parking structure that is north of Orchard Lake Road and south of Water Street within the Woodward Loop and must be contiguous and not divided by a road or street. The county agrees to convey to the city in fee simple title by warranty or covenant deed all such green space not occupied by a parking structure north of Auburn and Orchard Lake Roads. In addition, all such green space shall not be less than 2 contiguous acres located north of Auburn, the dimensions of which shall be no less than 226 feet by 390 feet. So just to emphasize, it's about being contiguous, and the 2 acres is the minimum, not the ceiling, the floor. It must be at least 2 acres, and it may exceed as much. But those dimensions are to make sure that it's useful for a performance public and civic space, so it's mirroring and mapping the same footprint of the amphitheater and seating on the current top, the roof, if you will, of the current Phoenix Center. The parcels will have direct access to Water Street and or Saginaw Street, meaning it's got to be viable, accessible. It can't be shoved in the corner that no one can easily get to, or you got to cross private property. That's important. All right. And so then it's got all the legalese language that I kind of gave you about the previous motion. I'll save you the headache of going through all of it, but it's basically saying, you know, everything all in for the conveying for that land. The former G, comply with all city ordinances in connection with the development, construction, and improvements of the properties. The former letter H, within 180 calendar days following the city's satisfaction of the requirements of Section 5, subsection A, the county and city shall meet, confer, create, and enter into a campus plan, setting forth goals and objects for the Pontiac redevelopment project. The campus plan then shall be codified into a separate agreement signed by the signatories to this MOA. The county and city shall agree to negotiate in good faith regarding the campus plan. So what we talked about, there'll be even additional layers and actions to put this plan into motion and to make it work for Pontiac residents. The next section is the city's responsibilities, what we, the people, and taxpayers of Pontiac, if this is adopted and entered into, what we're agreeing to. Within 30 days of receiving their fiscal year 2024 enhancement grant funding, extinguish and pay any current outstanding debt obligations on the Phoenix Center parking garage. That question was raised earlier. To explain, it means within 30 days of the state sending that sweet, sweet state cash of $5 million our way, we'll pay off the not-so-sweet $5 million remaining debt payments on the Phoenix Center. That language was updated to make sure that we're not on the hook before the state sweet, sweet moolah comes in. So it's basically making sure that as soon as that comes in appropriate order, then we're committing that that's what it's used for. And that's why the state gave it to us, for that purpose. Next, notwithstanding any other provision to the contrary, the county shall not be responsible for any and all claims brought against the city regarding the Phoenix Center parking garage that occurred or arose before August 16th of this year. However, the foregoing provision does not require the city to waive its governmental immunity as provided by law or resolve any claims the current lease of the Phoenix Center parking garage may have against the current lessee of the Phoenix Center parking garage may have against the city. So that's important and understandable, saying we're not going to lay it on the county's feet if there's some lingering stuff from when the city owned it. But we still maintain all of our legal protections as a municipality. Next, C. With the approval of this MOA, the city agrees to 1, waive any and all claims by the city to the properties, and 2, rescinds the December 31st, 2021 Memorandum of Understanding between the city and Phoenix Rising Pontiac LLC, 31 East Judson LLC, and WDC 21 LLC by mutual agreement of the parties to that MOU on the date of closing set forth in the purchase agreement, or if the MOU is not rescinded, delete Section 7 of the December 31st, 2021 MOU, which involves the transfer of certain real properties to the city. So that's what it's doing, is taking what was done by the city a few years back. It's saying that is no longer applicable, in part because the Phoenix Center is no longer the city's. And it's just making that clear. And again, properties that the city even no longer owns, we are saying that we aren't going to try and pull a fast one and try and make some claim to it after they've already done and bought it in the months or years that follow. So it's just making that clear. Next, D, still under the city's responsibilities. Convey fee simple title to the Phoenix Center parking garage, the structure and the real property upon which the structure is located via covenant deed with no reversionary rights for the consideration set forth in the county's responsibilities that we've already identified, together with all the improvements and appurtenances, and then it goes through all that property legalese. But it's saying that all the fixtures, equipment, items attached to the improvements of the Phoenix Center, all the rights, et cetera, the licenses, franchises, permits, authorizations, consents, approval, that is now the county's. E, coordinate and cooperate with the county to secure any potential federal, state, or local grants related to the demolition of the Phoenix Center garage, the construction of a new parking structure, and the repair and reconstruction of portions of Saginaw Street and Orchard Lake Road needed as a result of the demolition of the garage and construction of a new parking structure. Such coordination and cooperation shall be in good faith and shall not be unreasonably withheld. So we got a whole lot of state money that's helping make this project feasible, and this is saying we're not going to stop there. We're going to try and get other state, federal, philanthropic funding for all elements, not just what's identified, but we talked about before, we've had other federal funding that's been earmarked to make improvements in this vicinity, and we want to be able to go for even more funding to make it work as best as possible for Pontiac's residents, businesses, and taxpayers. Okay, and then I've talked about that concludes what the city is saying. If we adopt this, that's what the city is agreeing to. And then the next section on page 6 is about liability. And it just is legally standard. It does not change from what was previously provided to the council and the community. But long story short, it's putting into language of spelling out the liabilities, be it responsibility for claims, legal representation, cost and fines, right to be indemnified or reimbursed, governmental function or service, limitation of damages, and definition of claim. The next section, 8, general terms and conditions. This starts on page 7. It really just says that all these words that are mentioned in here, what's the legal definition? So this is also standard, but you can find definitions on pages 7, 8, and the end of 9. Okay, and so the final section on page 9 of 10, term and termination. This memorandum of agreement shall commence on the date it is executed by both parties, also known as the effective date, and shall terminate when the county transfers the real property to the city pursuant to section 4, subsection E. However, if the closing does not occur as set forth in the purchase agreement, this MOA shall be null and void. So to break down those two important points. One, this memorandum of agreement doesn't last for 99 years or even 9 years. It concludes when that property is conveyed back to the city after demolition, that green space, that public space comes back. That's the conclusion of this agreement. Second, it's saying, hey, if we don't close this sale, it's not like this phantom document can come back up and rear its ugly head. This baby dies if the purchase by Oakland County dies of their office towers and vacant land. Then finally, legal action. In the event that either party shall materially default in the performance of its obligations set forth in this MOA, after receipt of written notice and passage of time to cure, 30 calendar days, the other party may seek appropriate legal action in a court of competent jurisdiction to compel compliance, including an action for specific performance. Now, that's a lot. That's 10 pages worth. And traditionally, I would not even read a fraction of these legal documents, but it's a big one. And there were versions over the last few months as negotiations continued and as further identified challenges arose. For the sake of keeping the conversation going, and we may need to make a final tweak, it's now the speakers list. We have the motion before us to confirm. We already have done the substitute language. That's what we have before us. We have already voted on the removing of the former subsection 3 on page 3, subsection C. So what we have before us is the resolution as amended with the memorandum of agreement, as I've just identified. I give the floor to the city attorney to identify if there's any additional changes that we want to make it the strongest possible document.
At the risk of certain negotiations that have taken place in the last 30 seconds here, on page 9 of 10, where it says term and termination, it should read, the MOA shall commence on the date it is executed by both parties, effective date, period. Delete from and shall terminate when the county transfers the real property from the city pursuant to section 4E. So that section would be deleted. That last portion of that sentence would be deleted. And I've discussed that with both the county deputy county executive and chairperson of the county board of commissioners, and they're okay with that change.
Does it keep the final sentence in that section
Yes,
saying, however, if the closing does not occur?
Yes, it keeps that sentence, correct.
Is there a motion is there a second? It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Nicholson, that in the memorandum of agreement before us, on page 9 of 10, under section 9, term and termination, subsection A, term, add a period after, in parentheses, effective date, and strike, and shall terminate when the county transfers the real property to the city pursuant section 4, subsection E. So that's the motion to amend. Any discussion or clarification? Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of that specific amendment, that striking in that particular section, and shall terminate when the county transfers the real property to the city pursuant to section 4, subsection E. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
All right, so we have handled, everyone should hopefully have a very clear sense of the many dynamics, and now let's debate the merits. How about that? Mayor Grimwell, you have the floor.
First of all, in terms of the merits, I certainly support this. Obviously, disappointed that the one provision was removed, but I understand the council's position, and I think this is very important in terms of moving the city forward. I did also want to point out there is a misspelling on page 4, under what was section F and is now section E. If you look at the right-hand margin, it says the county's conveyance by convent deed to city. We are not conveying nuns, so it should be the county's conveyance by covenant deed to city. I would not have caught that had it not been for your reading this, so thank you, President McGinnis.
Masterpiece story time here. Okay, so that is line 14. On page 4 of 10, the former section F, now it'll be letter D, but it's the word convent should be replaced with covenant to reflect the legal accuracy. Is there a council member that makes that motion?
I make the motion.
What do you say? It's page 4. Okay. Line 14. Right here. Oh.
I don't have no title. Mr. President, in the new language should be what? Covenant. Okay.
Okay, it was moved by which council member?
Me.
Who was seconded by? Okay, so moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. Sometimes they call that Scrivener's error, meaning it's just, the intent is clear, but the letters aren't right. But hey, we see it, so let's tweak it formally and legally. Motion by Rutherford, seconded by Parker. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on the amendment to update and replace the word convent with covenant in the page 4 of 10, the former subsection F. Clerk Doyle.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
Okay. We're back to the main motion as amended. Discussion in terms of do we support this action? Is it worth transferring the Phoenix Center parking garage to the county? Is demolition and reopening of Saginaw, demolition of the structure, reopening of Saginaw, facilitating the county for reestablishing a downtown campus as it had for 150 years of its over 200-year history? How do we feel? Councilman Rutherford, followed by Councilman Goodman.
Are we on this discussion, or can we call for the vote? I'm just trying to figure out what we do.
It's brief discussion, but I want to give people the opportunity to at least speak on it. Right now, we've basically been handling wordsmithing.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Councilman Goodman.
So, notwithstanding everything else that has happened tonight, overall, my take on this is like there has been questions asked about, how much would it cost to, invest in the Phoenix Center and to build it up to what we want it to be. And again, the number that has been quoted for this in multiple different, in a study is $62 million. That includes repairing it from all the deferred maintenance to it being usable and future-proofing it. That way it lasts for another 30 years because concrete has a lifetime. It does end. There's a reason why all of our roads suck. There is literally a lifeline to concrete and cement, and that includes that building that has existed in downtown longer than I have literally been alive. That is $62 million, and that's the cost of fixing the amphitheater for nostalgia and wishful thinking in a lot of what I'm feeling. When we need roads and affordable housing and actual kitchen table issues being solved, we are letting a cement block that is dragged down the taxpayers of Pontiac and the people who live here by just maintaining a structure that would cost a massive investment to fix when there are actual investments that I feel that we need to make for the city. And I'm sorry, I would rather choose to prioritize roads over investing, again, over $50 million into a structure. Do I have some opinions about this deal, being that it doesn't really, in my opinion, make any actual material differences for the residents? I don't see there being any additional new jobs. I don't see anything additional being created, but that doesn't say that there's not a factor in it driving growth for our city and bringing investment into downtown. And that's, again, not to say that downtown is the end of the city. Personally, I put a lot more effort into everything else but downtown. There's a reason why I focus on tenants so much, because it's not about the tenants who live downtown, because none of those people who live downtown likely have any problems. They can afford to be there, but I fight heavily for everyone else. But with that, while it doesn't make any material differences, I would arguably say very confidently that is better than having a literal cinder block way down our city for the foreseeable future. Because, again, there are resources that have gone into this building that could have actually been used for things to help the city out over multiple years, over the past decade in the very least, that we have been draining into the structure. And now we have an opportunity to do something with it and actually make some changes for the city of Pontiac. The structure has been a testament to what could have been, but hasn't. And I say that because I am 23 years old. I have never, ever been able to use that structure to go to anything on it other than what is often referred to as an illegal stay of the city held by the previous administration. I have never, and anyone in my generation has never, been able to use that structure. We deserve, all of us, not just my generation, but everyone deserves a city that is actually thriving, that has a future. And I do not, and very unfortunately, because of the place that it has in our city, I do not believe that our future is tied to the remaining of the structure when there are so many other things that can be done with that space. But more importantly, just from a fiscal standpoint, there are more important things that the city of Pontiac can do with $62 million. If we complain about roads and waterways and parks, that is where our money should be going. It should not be going into refixing concrete. I want a future for the people of Pontiac because arguably, if things had been happening correctly for decades and even in the decade prior to me running for office, I likely wouldn't be sitting here. Not because I couldn't do it, but because I wouldn't have felt the need to. Because I would have felt that my city has been taking care of me and my family and everyone else. But all I've heard about, opposed to things being actually fixed in the city, has been the Phoenix Center almost the entirety of my adolescence and adulthood. And I want this chapter to be closed, but not just closed rapidly because we want to get it done and off of our hands like it has been attempted to do before, but because we literally have to move forward. And I think that this is the best way that we have been dealt, like the hand that we've been dealt, because over years and years of failed negotiations and anything that could happen with this structure, we have been left with where we are. And I'd like to go from where we are to somewhere that's genuinely better. So that's how I feel about this deal.
Councilman Parker.
Thank you, sir. I just want to say, you know, when I became a pastor in this city, I decided to move to this city because I also wanted to make the decisions that I made, even when I decided to become a council. I wanted to make sure that the decisions I made for this city affected me as well. And so certainly there's some things that cause pause and questions in this deal. But we got to look past some of the things how things might have been or could have been or was before, and how do we make the city better moving forward right now. There are other bigger issues, as Councilman Goodman has said. There's bigger issues that we need to be addressing other than a monstrosity that sits in the middle of the city that nobody is using and nobody's planning on using anytime in the near future because it's not usable. Let's move forward. Let's do something that will benefit city, and even if we tear it down, it will still benefit the city in that it gives them a better opportunity to put something usable up. Let us not forget that. There was something that will be usable by everybody up. My concern is, and I keep saying this, is that we need to make sure that as we continue to debate this issue, that we remember workforce development, that we get people from the city invested in this city. I know the county's saying they're moving 500 people to the city, but we can also get some of the people in this city invested in the building of what's going to take place in this city and build this city up from the ground with people who are marginalized now, who has to go to other places to find a good opportunity for employment. We can work on those issues, which will obviously benefit the city. So I thank the county for even identifying some of the things and being willing to partner with us to get some of this done, because this did not happen with previous administration. And for that, I said thank you, because we can move this city forward if we quit looking back. Quit looking back. Let's move forward. Let's get the deal done. Let's continue to negotiate along the way and make Pontiac be what Pontiac has said it wants to be, instead of Pontiac saying one thing and continue to do other things and not looking forward to future, because if we keep doing this, there won't be a Pontiac, period. Thank you, Ben.
Councilman Nicholson.
My stepdad grew up in Pontiac and went to Pontiac Central, and he comes to visit my restaurant and still has no idea how to get to it. And the downtown area is not remarkably large, but the space is, and it's cut off such a major thoroughfare. And, you know, when this happened, I think people thought nothing could touch downtown Pontiac, right? There were amazing galleries and shopping and department stores. I mean, we're calling some of those buildings obsolete now, because how are we gonna be able to change a department store into a residence, without it being called obsolete and getting those opportunities? So for me, I think, you know, something similar went on in downtown Birmingham, right? And we look at the what's going on economically there, and when you come off of Woodward, you have the opportunity to go right into downtown. So whether or not this is going to connect someone from this major thoroughfare to the other, which I believe it still does, because I take Saginaw and go off onto Cesar Chavez and continue on to North Saginaw every day. It gives the person the opportunity to say, I'm going to check out what's going on down here. We've got 500 employees that could potentially patron some of those buildings or those businesses, especially on the south end. I'll tell you, having a restaurant downtown, and I'm on the north end of downtown, so I get to benefit from the courthouse. The courthouse isn't at full capacity, so I don't get a ton of customers right now that come over from there. We've got a hospital. The hospital has food service. So they barely ever leave. And can you imagine being able to leave and take a break when you're working in a hospital? from my perspective, the opportunity to reconnect and really have people understand it. The county complex is in my district, right? So when people say, it's out in the outskirts, I shiver a little bit. But this is the county. It'll be obvious that this is the county seat, and it'll give us and put us in a position where people who are influential in what happens politically and economically in our future are looking out a window and seeing our downtown every day. So from my perspective, having that buy-in, having them be this close, we'll see what the economic, it certainly wouldn't be worse. It could only be positive to have more people who are frequenting, that area. But for me, it's the idea that somebody's looking out their window and making good decisions, for the county, but looking out and looking at us. And to me, that seems very important.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Just want to tell this community that these decisions are definitely not easy decisions. Now think about, I know a lot of our speakers talked about failed projects over the years in the city of Pontiac. And I definitely understand that because I have also seen failed projects. I have Glenwood Plaza in the 6th District that is a failed project. That was decided before I came on to my council seat. It's a project that wasn't supported by the community, and it's a project that failed miserably. So I understand when projects fail. I also understand as a member of the prior school board, when I joined the school board in 2015, no one wanted to pass a millage for the Pontiac School District. But a small group of educators and community leaders, I can count them on my hand. It was many ex-elected officials across not only the city, but the county and the state that did not support the Pontiac School District receiving any millages during that time. So we had a vision of how we wanted the school district to look. And you see that vision playing out at this moment, even though myself and President McGinnis is no longer on the school board. We definitely seen what a millage can do to the hopes of a district as well as provide a better situation for our students. So I sit here, in the past week, on January 27th, myself, President McGinnis, Councilwoman Rutherford.
July 27th.
July 27th. July 27th. Even though we removed the C section, this is a section that we were trying to negotiate on July the 27th that the mayor did not want to negotiate. And I just want to be fair to this community. The reason why I removed that, because I believe that you negotiate fairly with others. You negotiate fairly with others. And you do not, at the 10th of the hour, bring something that you know is not going to fly. That you know is not going to fly. So that's why I wanted to make sure we remove that clause. I think this deal is a very deal that would help the city of Pontiac and its residents. One, we had a 40 to 60 year disinvestment by Oakland County in the city of Pontiac, 40 to 60 years. We haven't seen no investment from our county partners. We have a new regime that is willing to come to the table and assist the city. And now this deal helps both. They're not saving us. This deal helps Oakland County. I just want the residents to understand that it does help Oakland County. They have financial decisions to make for their future as well. And as the city of Pontiac, we have financial decisions to make as well. This deal benefits both parties, along with the residents. 500 to 600 jobs, work is coming into Pontiac. I'm someone that stay in the city of Pontiac. I work in the city of Detroit. When I see my check, it bothers me that I'm paying taxes in two different cities. I'm not gonna lie, it bothers me. I get hit, but it's still, I understand why I have to pay taxes in the city of Detroit. This will make those workers pay taxes to the city of Pontiac. The problem in the past is that we haven't had a system prior to this administration making sure that we collect these things from people that don't stay in our city. And that's the truth. We have poor department structure. Why are we not reaping the benefits of Amazon, or UWM employees staying in our city, working in our city, because we didn't have the structure built. But this administration, I give them credit for this, have built some structure. So this is going to be a win-win. More tax money allows the city to provide what? Better city services for our residents. You talk about blight, right? I hear everybody talk, I get a lot of calls about blight. We have an issue with blight. We get a lot of things calls about roads. We have roads. Almost 50% of the roads in the city of Pontiac need to be what? Repaired. We can't do that on our knuckles. And we have to look for ways to increase our tax base, either building homes or people buying homes and moving here, keeping our young professionals in the city of Pontiac. And only way we can do this is that we have to have some transformational decisions at this table to make those changes. Somebody said at the podium, this is going to affect your future of this decision. And in 2015, I stood at this podium and I said, don't be on the wrong side of history when it comes to the Pontiac School District. And I'm going to say that today. We are going to be on the right side of history when it comes to this project. And 5 to 6 years from now, I want everybody that came to that podium and said this was on fail. Well, you can cut in my house. I love it. Because I'm very open, and everybody knows I'm very open. I don't close no doors, and if I make a mistake, the first person don't stand up and say, I made a mistake. I don't run from tough decisions, and I don't run from mistakes. I'm someone that had to deal with adversity. And this city had to deal with a whole lot of adversity from administration to administration. And that's the truth. I get that from you guys when I talk to you about the mistakes the city has made or the mistakes that the past school district has made. So we have our opportunity. And this is one of the biggest decisions that we have to make in the first a year and a half of us being on council. It's a big decision. And I don't take this decision lightly. We went over these things, we read them, and I definitely don't like last-minute changes. I'm going to tell you that. I've been vocal about that sitting at this table. But the importance of this decision is very important, and I wholeheartedly support this due to the projection I see when it comes to bringing more excitement to our city, bringing more tax revenue to our city, creating a new amphitheater that's on the ground like most cities have, right? I just visited Asheville. They're about the same size city as Pontiac. Beautiful on-the-ground amphitheater overlooking the river that runs through that city, which I don't know how many years ago, but some genius said, cover up the river, right? That was a bad decision.
It was a city commission vote, I must state.
It was a bad decision. Well, I don't know if we got the money to do that. But what I'm saying is that this is a good start. And I will base my future of elected official hopes on this decision. That's how confident I am that this is good for the city. Thank you.
Councilman Rutherford.
Well, all right. One of my favorite poems is Robert Frost's The Road Less Traveled By, and taking the road less traveled by, and making decisions that are catalysts for change. See, unlike most people, other than Mikhail, I was born and raised here. Unlike most people, I've actually performed on the Phoenix Center. Unlike most people, I understand the history and feeling connected to something that we own. But also, like most people, I want to see something more. I want to see something better. I want to see us have a seat at the table. And that's what this deal is really about. Do you know what this could be a catalyst for if we come in with an open mind instead of fear? There are some people who are fear mongers. They get off on it. They enjoy it. They having their 2 shapes and their 2 cents, and they have to say these things. They want to get you all jarred up. I know, because I used to be one until I went to therapy. And what I learned in therapy is, I'm going to keep it. What I learned in therapy is, if you don't, I'm sorry, I'll wait, because I'm not going to be disrespectful, and you're not going to disrespect me. What I said was, what I learned in therapy is, if you don't know a thing, you find out and discover what a thing does to you and how it affects you. This deal is going to affect everybody in this room. And if you allow fear to dictate you. You're going to be broke, you're going to be alone, and you're going to be miserable. At the end of the day, this is going to affect everybody, but especially in the district I love, District 1. This was not done out of, oh, we're just giving the county anything. For me, it was done about being a legacy project. See, when I got on this council, I'm the underdog, so I fight for underdogs. They want us to lose, but we have to be the catalyst for changing this. And so I want to thank real quickly, because I like to tell the truth or shame the devil, Dave Woodward. I want to thank County Executive Dave Coulter. I want to thank William Carrington. I want to thank Mike McGinnis. I want to thank Tim Grimal and myself, because at the end of the day, we could have came in here being all emotional, letting people get to me, and it was. That's why I walked out. But we are not doing this about us. We are doing it for my children's children's children. So not only do I support this thing, I'm in this thing, and I'm not going to let people who are fear mongers or haters stop this thing. Don't let them stop you from your blessing that's on the other side of chaos. That's all I got to say. That's it.
Councilman Parker.
Call for the vote.
Amen.
All right. All right. There's been well, how about this? I'll speak for 10 seconds, and then no one else speaks.
That's it,
We don't
Mike.
have to vote. We'll just move right into voting.
Let's go, Michael.
All I'll say is that you either make change or change is done to you. And for many, many years, change has been done to us when it comes to this structure. It's been changing, deteriorating, underused, mismanaged, stripped, stolen. It's in bad shape. And the value in it is for changing for the future. And so I will be voting in favor of it as well. And with that, we would be undoing the 1960s era of urban planning that was, they had good intentions, but they had limited understanding and future vision about what it would mean. And we have to undo some of the stumbles that have been made in the past. I celebrate the history of the Phoenix Center and all the good times, but I look forward to the thriving, even better times that we as a city, a county, and a region can make possible. With no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the motion, which is the resolution, and which makes the memorandum of agreement real, which makes the city agree to it. So is every council member clear on what we're voting on?
Mm-hmm.
Hearing no further discussion, no further motions, roll call on adoption of the motion. Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
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 That motion is approved. The resolution is adopted. Thank you to the residents that came out for the public hearing. Thank you to the staff that worked laboriously on this. Thank you to this council that helped allow us to consider it. And thank you to the county for your transformational vision and partnership that is really just at the early foundational stages.
big hand for the county.
That's right.
Especially Angela Powell.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. With that, we know the hour is late, but we do have other time-sensitive business items. I will try and be very swift if the council members are with a swift approach as well. So, is there a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing entry of participation agreements and partial settlements with the national opioid litigation?
Let's support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. This is the national opioid litigation and entry of state, local government, interstate agreement concerning allocation of settlement proceeds. Money's coming to the city of Pontiac as a result of litigation with the nationwide opioid crisis. Anything further that needs to be said, Mayor and Administration?
I think you covered it well.
All right. Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve proposal
So
one?
moved.
Don't move it.
You did?
No, don't move it. Who else wants to move it?
Okay. Somebody
Oh,
else move.
so moved, yes.
Is there a
You have to-
second?
Support.
No, don't support it.
Oh, don't support. Okay.
you have to
Support.
recuse yourself.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Councilman Goodman. This approves Proposal 1, City of Pontiac Adult Use Business Ordinance ordinance number 2406, and Proposal 2, City of Pontiac ordinance number 2407, an ordinance to amend the City of Pontiac zoning ordinance to include adult-use marijuana businesses in designated overlay districts for the November 7th, 2023 general election ballot for electoral vote. Really quick, set the table. The City Council, after a long, exhaustive process, set adult-use marijuana and the zoning that comes with it. Through the city's charter, there's the process for a referendum where voters can sign to say, pause that, we want to vote on it. So that has happened, and what we're doing is just setting the language for that election, that would the next election that would come up, which would be in the November general election. This doesn't impact that process in the sense of it doesn't make it enacted. It just says this is going to the people for the decision. So really this is procedural, but I didn't want anyone to be caught off guard because it's marijuana. All right. Any further discussion on the motion before us? Yes, ma'am.
I will be abstaining. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I
That's
apologize.
okay. We were moving quick. We were trying to make quickness happen.
That's it.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call and adoption of the motion to approve the Proposal 1 and Proposal 2, vote that'll be before the November 7th election. Pro Tem?
Yes, I just want to add that it's very important that the residents understand what's going to be before them. And I'm hoping that the administration plans to do an education campaign, which legally we can do, to make sure the residents understand what's before them on the ballot. It's very important that we get out some educational material concerning this particular proposal. Thank you.
Okay. Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Abstain.
Yes.
5 yeas.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to schedule a public hearing
So
for the
moved.
obsolete property rehabilitation application exemption certificate for 46 North Saginaw?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. This just sets a public hearing. It would happen at our city council meeting in 2 weeks. This came before us previously in terms of obsolete property rehabilitation districts. There is an OPRA district that's established for downtown Pontiac, so this would be eligible for an exemption certificate, but it has to have a public hearing and be determined by the city council whether that will be granted and for what length of time. Is there any question or clarification needed? Again, this is a continuation of something that's been before us previously. Hearing nothing further, speakers is exhausted. Roll call and adoption. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. The public hearing is scheduled for 2 weeks from now. See you then. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the city clerk to publish this proposed budget amendment?
moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. This proposed budget amendment increases the budget revenues in the amount of $7,497,100 to the account 445-000-539.000 OPDCCON and appropriations in the amount of $1,250,000 to account 445-451-974.074 OPDCON, $1,565,000 to account 445-463-974.072 OPDCON, $1,930,000 to account 445-451-974.001 OPDCON, $1,423,500 to account 445-000-539.000 PODCON, I think that split should be OPDCON, and $1,328,600 to account 445-000-539.000 OPDCON to reflect the Michigan Enhancement Grant. It's been moved and seconded. Again, this just authorizes us to publish the amendment. It'll be before us in 2 weeks. Give the floor to the mayor and the Grants and Philanthropy Director just to give us a very brief context on what we're looking at.
Well, thank you very much, President McGinnis. So this relates to a grant from the state for what we've been calling the Updike Connector project. There are really two aspects to this project. The one aspect to it is to prevent concrete trucks from the new concrete plant that is being built behind United Wholesale Mortgage from driving on city roads. This road will directly connect from that concrete plant. There may be a short distance on a city road back behind United Wholesale Mortgage that is utilized as well, but then it would be, that traffic would be diverted onto this smaller road directly out to Updike, which is a county road. So it prevents concrete truck traffic. That's really a tongue twister for me. From driving on some of the roads that are adjacent to the UWM sports complex, and importantly, keeps them off of South Boulevard as well. And so that's one aspect of this, but that's only a small proportion of this money that actually is needed to construct that connector road directly out to Updike. The rest of this funding, the majority of this funding, is slated to be used for improving the Clinton River Trail between Updike and Martin Luther King. There's an old railway line there that should have been converted to the Clinton River Trail long ago, but the city back in the 80s or 90s passed on the opportunity to acquire that old railway line and make it the Clinton River Trail. And so between the deeding of a lot of acreage back there, over 60 acres of land, so that we can double the size, more than double the size of Murphy Park and reconnect that Clinton River Trail. Together with this funding, we can actually reconnect the Clinton River Trail through there in a meaningful way and make sure that we're enriching recreational opportunities for residents in our city. Director Borngesser, did I miss anything?
Okay. Any further discussion? Again, this will be before us it'll be before us in 2 weeks, but we're just publishing the budget amendment. It's taking that state grant funding and designated which parts of the budget it will be stashed. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on the motion to authorize the city clerk to publish the proposed budget amendment. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Four yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is the motion to authorize?
So moved.
Second? Is there a second? Support. It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker to adopt the resolution authorizing the city clerk to publish the proposed budget amendment to establish appropriations in the amount of $41,700 to account 285-699-816.000 ARP CPK for the purpose of ball field renovations at Bodette Park.
Point of information.
Yeah.
Just a question for the administration. For the ball field, are we still on the timeline with making sure that the courts are painted for August the 26th for the event that is happening in Bodette Park? I yield to Deputy Stevens to answer that question for me.
A point of information usually doesn't mean a yielding, but
I'm
we'll
sorry.
let it go. Mayor, Deputy Mayor Grimo. Or Deputy Mayor Stevens, you know.
It's fine, it's late. I don't believe so.
All right, Mayor Grimo and Director Borngesser, what are we looking at?
So this budget amendment would provide funding to make sure that we can actually improve and reinstate a real baseball/softball field at Bodette Park at the Mill Dam. And the game plan is that that'll be finished this year. And the plan then is that we will be looking to improve the ball fields at Aaron Perry Park next year, as well as the ball fields at JC Park next year. But we wanted to start with Bodette Park, the Mill Dam.
All right, and then Director Borngesser, my question is this, what pot of ARP park funding should this come from? And this question is being asked on behalf of also Councilwoman James when we were debriefing this morning about items on the agenda. So in her absence, I'm asking, but I am also curious because there were sort of different categories. Which one is this coming from?
This is coming from the pot of resources under the American Rescue Plan funds for community parks. If you remember, we designated kind of two pots of resources, one for neighborhood and mini parks, the other for community parks. This is an emergency need for Bodett Park to get those fields or that field in good shape to be able to host a fall ball league. So that's why this is coming out of that pot of resources. The remaining resources will be programmed in full, like you've seen with our other ARPA programming.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, it's the motion to authorize the proposed budget amendment. It'll be back before us in 2 weeks' time. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption. Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes. Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
4 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. It'll be back before us in 2 weeks. Is there a motion to adopt the next resolution, number 17?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. This resolution authorizes the city clerk to publish the proposed budget amendment to increase budgeted revenues in the amount of $12,277.50 to account 101000532.000 Oak PSD, and expenditures in the amount of $12,722.50 to account 101-818-806.001 Oak PSD, and $2,722.50 to account 101-818-818.000 Oak PSD. This proposed budget amendment relates to the SEMCOG grant. Mayor and Administration.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is a planning assistance grant from SEMCOG, and I will turn it over to our Director of Grants, Director Borngester, to get into all the details about how these funds will be utilized to improve the city.
Thank you, Mayor. So on the agenda this evening, this resolution and the one that immediately follows are a little bit out of order. Item number 18 is authorization for the mayor to execute the SEMCOG Planning Assistance Grant, and there are further details in the grant agreement and those things in that resolution. So what you have before you in item number 17 is a resolution to authorize the clerk to post a budget amendment to reflect the revenue from that grant activity. It would allow us to perform a study and planning in Oakland Park, where they're experiencing some flooding. There's an extreme amount of flooding in the far corner, just on the other side of the playground equipment, that results in extreme flooding to the actual playground equipment. And we'd like to implement some green infrastructure, perhaps a bioswale, things of that nature. And this study will allow us to figure out what is the best resolution to that flooding experience in the park.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing nothing further, roll call and adoption of the resolution authorizing the clerk to publish the proposed budget amendment will be back before us in 2 weeks. Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
4 yeas, no nays.
Motion carries. Resolution is adopted. It'll be back before us in 2 weeks. Is there a motion to adopt number 18?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. This resolution authorizes Mayor Tim Greimel to execute the SEMCOG Planning Assistance Program Grant Agreement for 2023-2024. Mayor Greimel.
Well, thank you. This was already touched on by Director Borngester, but the funding that we just discussed is to fund this planning assistance grant or program that will improve Oakland Park by rectifying some stormwater drainage problems that we've experienced in that park.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on the adoption, the resolution to authorize Mayor Tim Greimel to execute the SEMCOG Planning Assistance Program Grant Agreement. Just want to point out, this is another reason why it's valuable that we made the minor expenditure of joining SEMCOG, because we continue to get the fruits of that membership and professional assistance. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
4 yeas, no nays.
Motion carries. Resolution's adopted. Is there a motion to adopt number 19?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. This resolution executes the Memorandum of Understanding in conjunction with Oakland County Local Government Critical Infrastructure Planning Grant Program application with $250,000 in resources for storm sewer improvements. Mayor and Administration, you have the floor.
Well, thank you. This is a grant that we're really excited about. It's a grant that will provide $250,000 of funding to the city to improve our stormwater system. We have a lot of challenges with our underground stormwater system because it has been underinvested in for many, many decades. And while the Oakland County Water Resources Commission is now responsible for water lines and for sanitary sewer lines, meaning the dirty water that flows out of homes or other businesses, the city continues to be in ownership of and responsible for stormwater sewer lines. So this is really important. It's a relative drop in the bucket, $250,000 compared to the total needs that we have. But this is really important as a meaningful first step. And this was applied for in conjunction with Oakland County, where I believe there was a total of $500,000 awarded, half of which goes to the county and half of which comes to the city. Is that accurate, Director Borngesser?
That's correct. So what you have before you is a resolution to authorize the mayor to execute a memorandum of understanding between the city, the county, and the Water Resources Commission. As if you remember, a while back, we received $500,000 for stormwater and sanitary sewer maintenance. As you know, as the mayor articulated, the city doesn't manage the sanitary sewer side, and so they divided that grant in half. The $250,000 relating to the stormwater side of the grant was executed and delivered. We requested reimbursement, and we'll receive that in the coming days. The $250,000 dedicated towards sanitary sewer work will be managed by the WRC in order for them to request reimbursement to us, and to then for us to request reimbursement from the county. We need this MOU executed so we can transfer those funds and deliver the remainder of this grant.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Coming back with a vengeance is the council's biggest fan of stormwater sewer upgrades. I jest, but I don't. Any further discussion? Councilman Nicholson.
No, I'm very excited about this, and Michael's not wrong. The stormwater sewers, we've had a ton of work going on in District 2 with all of the other water-related infrastructure, and there are divots in the road that look like there's a funnel underneath them, and those are failures or, as we go through in the scoping and find out where those catastrophic failures are, I know this money will be well spent, and keeping those things clean is going to be paramount in making sure that those things, really stop happening, because our infrastructure has got to be the oldest. There's no doubt about it. And right in front of pretty much everybody on my block has one of those little divots, and WRC has confirmed for sure it is not their infrastructure, that it is ours. So I'm looking forward to seeing some of the fruits of this labor.
Any further discussion? Councilwoman Rutherford.
Just a point of information. So the $250,000 is already allocated for one district, or is it going to be spread out through all the districts? And the reason why I ask is because of when it rains in Washington Park, oftentimes there's flooding that goes on in there, and the storm water doesn't go into the right area. So I just want to make sure. I just want to know for myself if the money is just going to one district. Not that I have a problem with it, but if it's going to be spread out equally among.
So this grant is actually an older grant. What you have before you is an authorization to allow the mayor to execute an MOU to give WRC the sanitary side. The storm water side for this grant, which was received almost a year ago, is actually complete, and the majority of the work was conducted in District 1. And it is in conjunction with some of the work on Bagley. So I'm happy to provide you a report of all of the areas that they scoped and inspected and send that over. Upcoming in the next couple of weeks, whenever I get a grant agreement sent to me, we did also receive $1.5 million from EGLE to continue this work, and so we'll bring that agreement before you whenever it's finalized. So in the coming weeks, you should expect that too, and we can have some conversations about with Director Cooley about where that money should be spent.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Fantastic. So to emphasize, did you say 1 point?
So the grant itself that's upcoming, we did receive an award notice a couple of weeks ago. Again, grant agreements take several weeks to put together. The total grant is 1.875, so it's 1.5 with a $375,000 match. So it's a pretty significant award, and we're very excited.
Thank you. Pro Tem Carrington?
It's imperative that I throw this in there too, because Linda Vista is the street that continues to flood.
Yes.
So I don't want you guys to forget that.
I will take these notes for Director Cooley, and I'll be sure to let him know.
I'll hold my joke. All right, roll call on adoption of, hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution to execute the memorandum of understanding in conjunction with Oakland County Local Governmental Critical Infrastructure Planning Grant Program application with $250,000 in resources for storm sewer improvements. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt Resolution 20?
So moved.
Support. It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. This resolution approves the City of Pontiac submission of the grant application titled Murphy Park Comfort Station Renovation to the Michigan Community Center Grant Program for the Michigan Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity in the amount of $2 million with an M, $500,000. Mayor and Administration.
So the previous items under grants are all relating to areas where we have already been awarded the dollars. So we've got great news to celebrate in that regard. This is an exciting opportunity for the city, this agenda item, but it is not a situation where we've already been awarded the dollars. It's a situation where we are applying for the dollars. Normally, we don't bring those before council, but in this case, the grant entity that we're applying for money from wants to make sure that City Council approves our application. So we are bringing our application here for formal approval by City Council so that we officially have their blessing as we seek to obtain this money. Director Borngesser, anything I missed there?
All right. Well, as the representative for the East Side and Pontiac's District 7, we are very enthused that Murphy Park's enhancements are a priority and being pursued for this funding opportunity. We know there are so many needs in the dozens of parks. You've heard that reference in terms of the different categories of American Rescue Plan funding. This is trying to expand that pool of money so we can make even more magic happen for the youth in our community and all residents. Any further discussion? Councilman Rutherford.
Just a, shameless plug, Art Dunlap. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Hearing no further discussion, Murphy Park. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Godspeed to our grants and philanthropy team to secure that prospective funding. We are now at public comment. Are there any requests, Pro Tem Carrington?
Of course. No. Actually, if I don't mention your name, please let me know because I'm looking at the list and there's a lot of people that's not here at the moment. Pastor Douglas Jones.
Pastor Douglas Jones, Welcome Baptist Church, 143 Oneida Street, Pontiac, Michigan. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council, Pontiac residents, and greater Pontiac community, I rise today to promote the Woodward Dream Cruise and its return to Pontiac, the Loop, and downtown with vendors, restaurants, classic cars, artists, and some of the best entertainment on Friday night, and Saturday night, August the 18th and August the 19th. And it begins each day at 8 a.m. with DJ Aaron and DJ Chris Kelly. And for all of your classic car owners and show car owners, you can secure your parking space on Saginaw Street, Pike Street, Lawrence Street, and Wayne Street. Show car parking is now available, and you can call or contact Angela Powell at 248-758-3060, or you can go on email at dreamcruise@pontiac.michigan.us, so you can get in touch with her. But I'm excited about this because we've got a lot of activities that's going on. And I don't know if I mentioned about the entertainment, but starting on Friday night with the Albersons, Kevin and the Firebergs will be there, and then the dynamic Mitch Ryder is going to close out Friday night. And then on Saturday, the Plutophonics, Ben Meacham and Authority, and our very own Ronnie McNair and company, and then a nationally known group, Voices of Classic Soul, coming back to Detroit, the Detroit area, singing songs of the Temptations, the Drifters, the Platters, and Motown classics. It's going to be a fantastic evening, both days here in the city of Pontiac. And so I want to thank the city. I want to thank Angela Powell for letting me work with her, Paula Bridges, Phil, the photographer, Brian, Major Group, DPW, and the Sheriff's Department for letting me be a part of this great event that has been planned for the city of Pontiac. And I don't know if I had a chance early on as I talked about the event that's going on and the activities that's going on, but there are going to be a number of great restaurants that's going to be participating, restaurants in the city, and I've spoken to just about all of them and got still some more to talk with. Alley Cat, the Crowfoot, the Platte, Fillmore, Charlene's, Japanese Steakhouse, Keeler Burger, M1 Grill, and the new coffee shop. And I've even struggled to get into Liberty Bar. I tried to sneak in because I'm a preacher, but at any rate, I want to make sure that everybody knows there's some exciting things that's going on in downtown Pontiac. Wilbur Dream Cruise, August 18th and the 19th. Sign up your show cars. Let's make it a great blast here in the city of Pontiac. And like they said at the State of the City, it's popping.
Okay, Miss Charlena Jones. Is that person still here? Okay. Miss Anita Bowe. Okay. Mr. Kevin Stewart. Miss Renee Beckley. Also, can you please turn the microphone on for us, please?
At the base of the black device to the right.
All right, this is what I found online, and somebody told me, and I didn't believe it. This is for Mike McGinnis and Tim. Question to Michael: why is your campaign manager or the co-coordinator of your campaign, Jason Bauer, has a nearly $13,000 contract to produce a citywide newsletter? No, you are also friends and former co-defendants in election fraud scandal. Sorry. Tim, also, this is the same question, different job. Why does Jason Bauer, your former, or is he your present, Facebook administrator, have a nearly $13,000 contract to produce a citywide newsletter? This is from the City Pontiac website, about, I think it was June the 30th. People at home and all Pontiac voters, this is a sample of exactly what this council and administration is all about, the Family and Friends Plan, and a scripted council in their decisions. Notice, Michael McGinnis is almost like a radio DJ. He and Tim lead and the rest follow. They do not research. The night proved it. Also, that Longfellow school deal with that Nicole Master Matoro, I can't say his name, WXYC-TV, he was caught turning in identical petitions for the Republican Party for different candidates running for a judge office. So he's involved in that election scandal, about the 16 people. Now, I believe when he was asked here at the council about his funding, he said he did not quite have all the funding yet. So what happens if he gets arrested or picked up by the police and is charged? So we have another empty building. So what you're going to do, just all these empty schools, that other guy, Cole, got Webster, that's empty. It's about time for him to cash Webster in because he had it for, more than 2 years. If you don't do something to a building in 2 years, I believe that's the law, you have to turn it back over to the city so they can sell it to somebody else. I know Cole Yoakum had that Webster more than 2 years. So I think this council was very inept, it's incompetent. I don't want to see none of this council back. Tim, you on the slender thread with me because you're not thinking things through. It's just like we're the taxpayers and you're doing the disregard to us, basically. And then you vote on something that's brought up at 4 o'clock this afternoon. I would have sent it back and told them, we'll see you next month. Crazy. Just plain crazy.
Thank you. Dr. Deidre Waterman.
And as she takes the podium, it's one thing to use public comment to criticize elected officials. You have constitutional rights accordingly. But when you're slandering a private business, it crosses a line. I just want to offer up that the original print shop, which is a Pontiac business, printed for the previous mayor and the previous administration and council the youth recreation booklets. And the bulk of that cost goes to postage, the U.S. Postal Service. So of that $13,000, the bulk would be the U.S. Postal Service cost to mail a newsletter to every household. Mayor Waterman.
I assume that wasn't directed at anything I'm about to say.
No, I just wanted to very
All right.
quickly address
Thank
the
you.
previous
All
public
right.
comment.
Very good, thank you. Because I think I did wanted to make sure I made the statement that the MOU agreement that you're signing today, or agreed to sign, with to bring Pontiac Development in through Oakland County as a partner, is a good and positive thing for the city of Pontiac. I was one of the first people to get up and give him a standing ovation when Dave Coulter announced that at his inaugural address. So don't take it personally if we come here. It's still the responsibility of council to make sure you get the best deal and the best terms you can. And that's why people are asking questions, and that's why they're coming and wanting to make sure they understand that. There are people who say that the Phoenix Center never should have been built where it is right now. But the people did spend money on it, and we did have it use its time for a while. But now it's time to move on. And the questions that are coming up are just to make sure that the things that they have promised and said that are going to happen, we want to make sure that they are memorialized in the document that you have signed or that you want to be signed. It's only good, as attorneys tell you, if it's on paper. So there's been a lot of things said, but if it's not in the MOU, then we just want to verify that. And because that is important, the last time, remember, we dealt with Oakland County and the Phoenix Center, there's some history here that they used, the bonds were used, the money was used for something else that was supposed to pay off the retirees' insurance plans, was used instead to pay back Oakland County for the bonds early. So I was stuck with that situation to make sure we had restored retiree health care. So I'm just saying, you want to make sure a deal has all the pertinent things that you think it's going to have. There are some additional things that I'm moving on. I'm thinking about things in terms to make this deal the best. And but before I do that, President McGinnis, you did read something to counter what I had said in terms of your comments. I assure you I can read. What you were reading was from August 8th. I was reading from August 5th, and it says on this that the resolution to schedule a public hearing on August 8th was for the sale of the Phoenix Center. There was nothing about vacant parcels. That was added on after the closed session, which was only supposed to be about Vanguard equity. But instead, without discussion, deliberation, you came back after closed session, reconsidered the vote you had done earlier in the afternoon, early in the meeting, and then added on the vacant parcels. So we just want to make sure things are done good and proper. And that's the only reason we brought it up, because that Open Meetings Act requires you only to discuss in closed session. Anything else that is deliberated should be deliberated in open session, and there was no deliberation. There's nothing. Everybody seemed to knew what they were going to do. They came and voted right as you were in the closed session. So that was the only comment we were bringing. I'm done. Okay.
And again, there was two elements there. The minutes show that, of course, what the former mayor is stating is accurate, that there was a motion to reconsider, and it updated the public hearing. that stated the sale of the Phoenix Center and waiving claims to vacant parcels. That is accurate. That is accurate. There is also the motion to go into closed session, and it had two elements: the Vanguard property LLC litigation and to consider the sale or lease of real estate. It's in the public record. So I just want to make that clear so everyone can be precise. The next public comment is?
Yes, it says D, is it Clevet? Oh, that don't look like Clark, but.
I think it's residents from Fairway.
Yeah, I think that's someone else. Mr. Chuck Johnson.
That's me. Well, very good. I want to say thanks to the mayor, Tim Grimal, and this administration and this council for your efforts to help move the city of Pontiac in this new day and time with this deal from the county. I think it's a benefit for all of us citizens that are living here and being a part of it. It's very easy to sit back and comment on a subject matter, especially like the one we had this evening, by saying the negativities about it. But it was everything that was presented in this Phoenix Oakland County deal is all positive for the city of Pontiac. And it was said that, you know, they're just coming and they're taking more than they're giving. Well, they already took the best part, was the water and sewer part. So all they had to do was shut the water off and you couldn't flush your toilet. So, you know, it's not that particular time. You know, we have to enjoy what we see going forward. That's building our city, making things better for our generations that are coming after us. My time is short, but I certainly see where we have a future for the new folk, the young folk that's coming up in our community. I had another comment, but I kind of forgot about it. But you know what, Chair, Mr. Tim, Mike, you know, you should get the meeting in order and cut this side bullshit out that we need to hear the meeting as it goes on. You know, that's not, if it was me over there making that talk, you'd be beating that piece of wood, talk about order. Why can't you do that and get this meeting in order so that we can hear what the people are saying? I can be listening to some of the things that the mayor's saying over there. If I'm on this side of the room, I can't really hear him because it's, you know, BS going on in between. Get the meeting in order, you know, even right now. I got 42 seconds. I don't know if I'm just stand here or just go sit down. Well, anyways, thank you very much, Mayor Grimal and council, for doing what you did tonight as related to moving the city of Pontiac forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Larry Jasper.
He's gone.
Ms. Gloria Miller. Ms. Gloria Miller.
As she's making her way to the podium, to the previous public comment, per the vote of this city council, there are two rules that have been invoked. One, excessive profanity is against the rules and procedures. Two, talking when it is not your time to talk, also against rules and procedures. As the chambers empties out, sound definitely travels more. So side conversations as the evening goes on becomes more and more distracting. When it catches my attention, I try and bring it into order, and hopefully we all can agree that we will abide by the rules and procedures adopted by this and previous councils. So, trying to juggle a lot here, trying to make it work for all of us.
Ready?
Yes.
Just waiting on you.
Go ahead.
Okay, since we get some instructions from the audience, also, Mr. McGinnis, when we speak as decorum, you're not supposed to respond to us. You do all that at your closing comments. I notice you do that a lot, especially when I speak, then you had a mayor to speak. Just wait till your closing comments. And so you can go on with the next citizen. Just saying. And just to be fair. Now, I want to speak on, because I left last week, but I'll always go home and watch the meeting. So I want to speak on every comment that the council made of me last week. You were one of them, and Palker. And I'm going to have to call Miss Catherine out because I believe she was talking about me. And she said that, you know, when people come down here, they talk, and we should be grateful and thank you because the mayor and blah, blah, blah is doing a good job. That is your opinion. That's why we get to come down and say what we want to say. I don't agree with you. I was just sharing with you, and Chuck got to say a curse word, and I'm going to say one too. It's too much kissing A to me, and I don't do that. I just keep it straight because you guys work for me. I'm a citizen now of the city of Pontiac. That money, I get to ask about that money. I get to do that. That's my legal right to do so. I could come down here. I don't have to agree with Mr. Grimer. I used to know Mr. Grimer. We used to work together for many years before he came to the city of Pontiac. So I know Tim Grimer before many of you did. So I have my own opinion. Now, my opinion is that, and even though I don't attend church anymore, because there's too many I read an article last week, and I put it on my phone. So many people don't go to church anymore. Too many pimping pastors. Too many pastors in politics. That was one of the things. They don't live what they talk. They go out in the street, hang out in the street with us. And I was reading that article. I said, so true. People don't go to church like they used anymore because they don't live their life. They just got the titles. With that being said, never mention what I say. If I say that Mr. Grimer if I don't agree with what Mr. Grimer has to say, damn it, I mean what I said. And I said what I said. What you're telling me is that I'm in Pontiac and deal with whatever we give you? Heck no. I don't agree with a lot of things you council are doing. And I do believe this. One thing I have learned from being the years coming up here, your words gonna come back. Truth stands. I want this project to work for the citizens of Pontiac because I live here. But I don't believe it's going to because it wasn't done with transparency. It's too many ifs. It was too many. You voted on a contract. That's what the last administration did with us. She brought things to us at the last minute. And what did we end up doing? A forensic audit for indictments. That's where we end up at. I'm 1 for 1 so far. I'm calling this one out. Doesn't look good.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Ms. Dawn Hannah.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a community activist here in the city of Pontiac. I reached out, I'm in District 3. I reached out to my city council July 20th, I sent him an email. No response to this day. Finally today, when he see me, he wanna say he sent me an email. I didn't get any emails from him. I'm very disappointed because I know him personally, and I can imagine if a resident that does not know him reached out to him and had questions, no answers. That's unacceptable. When do y'all read y'all emails and answer phone calls? He doesn't want nobody to have his personal phone call. I called, left a message, sent 2 emails, no response until he seen me today. And I know one of his colleagues told him I was asking, I needed answers about some stuff. I'm trying to do an event September 2nd. I had it for August, but I wanted to do the right thing about the park because I didn't want to get shut down like Dennis. And my questions still haven't been answered. They got to do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hanna. Ms. Pastor Kathy?
I'm an original cruiser. I remember when we thought the world ended at Ted's, Square Lake and Woodward. And then we started playing Central in high school, and we found out there was a city called Pontiac. And we rode up Saginaw, and we rode up Main Street, and we did all the things that kids do back then. But we don't drive the cars now that we drove then. We don't wear the clothes now that we wore then, unless you're retro. Things change. And I performed at that thing at the top of the amphitheater. years and years and years ago. It was state of the art at the time, but this isn't that same time. And so it's time to make change. And you know, we need the money. We need more tax dollars in this town. We've got a lot of renters. We need tax dollars. Who benefits from that? Our kids. Most importantly, our kids. Earlier in the evening, somebody brought up definition of Yaktown. There's another definition for the word yak: idle talk. There's a lot of yakking going on, but all of a sudden we're beginning to do something. You don't have to agree with me. It's a democracy. You have a right to think what you want to think, and I have a right to think the way I think. I don't think every decision that's made here is perfect, but golly, you're making an effort. And I can go home at night, and when people ask me the next day, what happened? Why did so-and-so say such and such? Because they have the right to, because they're trying to make improvements. It's not going to make everybody happy, but if it makes some people happy, it will be worth it.
Thank you. Ms. Desiree, that concludes public comment. We're going to give you an opportunity to speak, but that wasn't your, we'll talk. But I'm going to give you opportunity. I'm going to give you opportunity to speak. Yeah, you can too. Mm-hmm. No. You can speak. Oh, is the mic on? It's on. Okay, go ahead.
I can go ahead. Darlene, again, talking as a resident. First, let me clear for the people who's listening to me in TV. She's right. There's two definitions of yak and yak. Y-A-K and Y-A-C. Y-A-C is when you yak, 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 yak. Y-A-K, the definition through an urban dictionary says, a ghetto name for the city of Pontiac, was chosen by crack dealers because yak, Y-A-K, town rhymes with crack, okay? In my first speech, when I went to talk to you guys before, I explained to you where it came from the drug dealers. Pontiac at that time, again, was into drugs, numbers, and so on. So let's bypass that so we got that straight. It's in the Urban Dictionary, it's online, and I guarantee you millions of people are looking it up. Now, here's another thing I have. The people's not against the Phoenix Center. You're misinterpreting everything. For people who lived here a long time, we've seen progress. We've seen when we had Pontiac Central, Pontiac Northern. We've seen when we had a downtown. We've seen Montgomery Ward's downtown. Yes, that is the past. But you know what happened with Pontiac Central? Pontiac Central was working really good until somebody came along and said it's not working right. And then what happened, they bought in the new Pontiac Central with the big pool and the big glamour. But guess where that's at? Lee Corporation owns that right now. Because of what reason? The people don't really know. The people are not afraid of changes. We want changes, and we want positive changes. But a name with Yaktown affiliated with crack dealers is not going to make those changes any better when the world knows us Pontiac as just as that. We are so-called Yaktown, what you say, 1-800 Yaktown? You letting the world know on writing that this is what Pontiac represents, and that's where the problem is. Another thing I want to say to you guys, too, and this is for Councilman Parker and Mayor. You did answer the question about the Gurge, how it got started. My question to you, can you give the residents and the people in listening eye who cannot come to these meetings, could you give them an update from the court of July 18th. Let them know which direction is it going in. That's all they want to know. Another question I have, if the deal falls through with the Phoenix Center, which is very concerning, and the buyer chooses to buy out, what happens to that $50 million that you inputted into that? That needs to be answered because that is some question that people are saying for those who don't believe it's going to go through. The buyer, will they lose their escrow money? But another thing is kind of alarming to a lot of people as well, and I can speak on this. The people are used to seeing an attorney to represent you,
the council people for us. You seem to tend to turn to the mayor for your answer. Do the mayor or do the council plan on getting another council to represent you for us? You remember, it's a separate entity. Your advice, your legal advice, should really come from your own personal attorney that was assigned from the last administration.
Thank you, Ms. Clark and Ms. Veronica Taylor.
First, I would like to honor God, who's the head of my life, should be the head of everybody's life in here. First, I want to start with each district, because I want to give some respect to some people. First, District 1, Melody Rutherford, I walked and got your signatures and put you on the ballot. You're trying to do the best you can for your district, and I appreciate that. Everybody ain't going to like what goes on in these districts. Everybody ain't going to like the council people. Everything ain't going to go your way here in this city. But if we move forward, just think about this as I'm telling you all, and you understand this. If you truly thank God for what you want, are you going to look back on what he gave you and you stand still instead of looking into the future, what he got planned for you? Now, this city and this Oakland County Commissioners and have a plan for this city. And we need to learn how to go forward instead of standing still and not moving. But think about it. If God right now had $1 million for you and you stuck in a position where you don't want to go forward, you're going to miss out on your blessing. And for District 2, he have been very nice. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Y'all all trying to do the things you need to do. And we need to come down here and learn how to work with these, especially with Angela Powell. Oakland County Commissioner, she's fighting hard. I go listen to these people. Don't sit it somewhere and let other people put you in district. And Mr. McGinnis, I want to tell you, I be trying to hear you, but with people talking in the midst of the stream, it's making it hard for us to hear you when people is whispering back and forth. So I'm saying tonight, please, thank you. And I don't care if you say I'm kissing whoever. You talked about me last week.
Order. Please address the
Justin.
chair, not
you.
those that are violating the rules and
Thank you.
procedures
So
in the
I'm
audience.
just saying, I'm thanking you all for what you're trying to do. We need to work together as one.
Surreal, man, surreal. Any other requests for public comment, Pro Tem Carrington?
That concludes public comment.
Order in the chambers. Order in the chambers. Goodness, we are in the home stretch. Pull it together.
Hey, be quiet.
Order in the chambers. Order in the chambers. My God, we are so close to being done. Oh my goodness. Not even worth it. There's no further public comment. We're at communications. You can read it on the agenda. Mayor Greimel, Mayor's Communications.
I know it's getting late, but I do want to touch on a few things. Number one, we continue to have our Music in the Park series. We had a great event last Thursday in Bodette Park, but this Thursday, August 10th, at 6:30 p.m. in Aaron Perry Park, we have the Firewalkers with special guest Al Charito. The following, actually 2 Thursdays later, on August 24th, Thursday, August 24th, at Rotary Park, we have our very own City Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford performing. And then on Thursday, September 7th at Murphy Park, we have the performance group Persuasion performing with special guest Consuming Arts. All of those are at 6:30 p.m., so please come out for a great time. I also want to encourage residents to either come out to some of our Youth Recreation Center listening sessions or to provide feedback online through the online survey. We had a great listening session this afternoon with over 100 young people there. We obviously, when we're talking about a youth recreation center, we want to incorporate the feedback of our young people. They are the consumers of our youth recreation services, and they'll be the users of the youth recreation center. So it was a really great event to hear directly from well over 100 young people about what they want to see in the future youth recreation center at the former McCarroll school site. We have 2 more listening sessions coming up. This Thursday, August 10th, from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Ruth Peterson Center. And then this Friday, August 11th, from 5 to 7 p.m. right here in City Council chambers. And again, you can also, if you're not able to attend those, you can provide feedback online with our online survey. Also, as we continue to bring major signature events, not just to neighborhoods, as we've done with the music in the
Mayor
park.
Greimel has the floor. He is elected by 61,000 people to represent and lead the city of Pontiac. He has the floor. And if you continue to spit in the face of the council rules and procedures, you will forfeit your right to speak during public comment at future meetings. I don't want to elevate that, but you continue to escalate further. Mayor Greimel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I was saying, we obviously are bringing more events to the city. That's something that I have repeatedly said is a major objective of this administration, is to make sure that we're bringing more entertainment to the residents of Pontiac. We've done that with the Music in the Park series that I already mentioned. But we're also doing it by bringing more signature events downtown, and that includes Roadkill Nights that is coming this weekend. We're very excited about that. That's going to be happening all day Saturday. And the main performer is Ice Cube, which we're also very excited about. So this is going to be a really exciting, dynamic event this Saturday. Another reminder, and I know you heard all about Roadkill Nights earlier in the evening, but another reminder that we will have a lot of road closures downtown to facilitate this event, just as we once upon a time had lots of road closures downtown to facilitate Arts, Beats, and Eats. And those road closures will be starting Friday, August 11th at 9 p.m. through Sunday, August 13th at 9 a.m. So just a friendly reminder about that. And then I want to really celebrate that all lanes on southbound Woodward Avenue are now open again. I think everyone has probably already noticed that, but we're excited that we're through that construction period with MDOT and that we now have improved safety well on its way for the intersection of South Boulevard and Woodward, so that left turns, traditional left turns, will not be allowed there, and instead people will have to make Michigan left turns, which will make that intersection much, much safer because it avoids the risk of T-bone collisions in the intersection. And that's all I have in terms of announcements, Mr.
Mayor
President.
Greimel, your closing comments.
Yeah, so a couple of things. First of all, I think if you ask anybody under the age of 60 in the city, they will tell you that Yacktown is a point of pride and is not a derogatory term for the city. We have Sean Preston, who is one of our pride and joys in the city, who has been very successful as a T-shirt entrepreneur, producing T-shirts that say, Yacktown, don't back down. And it's just one example of the popularity of referring to the city as Yacktown. It is a positive thing. And if you talk, as we think about looking forward instead of backward, if you talk to young people who are our future, they take pride in the name Yacktown, as do I. And I think most people of right mind in our community do take pride in the name Yacktown. I will also mention that I would caution anybody against taking Urban Dictionary too seriously. There is a lot of crazy stuff on Urban Dictionary, and if you look up the particular entry that was cited earlier, the large majority of respondents and commenters have disapproved of that entry, which is further proof that it is not an accurate entry, just like so many other things on UrbanDictionary.com. I also want to mention that Gloria Miller and I did work very closely together as we combated the excesses of emergency management in this community. And she and I and a number of other people were very active in fighting against emergency management and the ways that it destroyed this city. But I'll also say that there is a time to be an activist and there's time to be serious about governing. And governing is a very different dynamic. We're not always going to make everybody happy. Governing is about compromise that on balance is good for the city. And so, no, I didn't get everything that I tried to negotiate with the county, but this deal is still, on balance, a very positive thing for our community. City Council and I aren't going to agree on everything either, but we work together, we collaborate, we find common ground to move the city forward. It is easy to vote no on everything and accomplish nothing. It is easy to come and scream as loudly as you can, but that does not advance the interests of our community. What advances the interest of our community is collaboration and compromise and working together to actually get things done. And that's what this council and I have been doing. It's what we're going to continue to do because that's what the citizens of our community elected us to do and expect us to do. The other thing that I want to mention is in terms of Webster School, we do not have any involvement in giving that property to Webster School. So it's not as though we have the ability for them to forfeit that property as was suggested earlier. The only involvement that the city has had with Webster School is approving an Oprah tax incentive for the rehabilitation of that property. And that was delivered much less actually, than 2 years ago. And so it has not been 2 years since the city approved that tax incentive. And Webster School is on the cusp now in the next couple of months of actually starting construction there. And we're going to see a very revitalized building there that, again, brightens that entire Huron corridor and provides amenities for community groups and nonprofits to better invest in our community. So that is a very positive project that I think all of us should be very happy about. When it comes to the printing contract, like any routine contract with the city, that is left up to the purchasing division and department heads. I did not advocate for that contract. I do not generally, when it comes to routine contracts in the city like printing, I do not advocate for different vendors or different people to get contracts. We have established clear protocols for the purchasing division to follow, and they have implemented those protocols. I also, and lastly, really want to celebrate the upcoming Woodward Dream Cruise this year. I know that Pastor Jones spoke in some detail about all the exciting events that are coming as part of Woodward Dream Cruise weekend. That is going to be the weekend of August 18th, 19th, and 20th. And it's not just going to be on Woodward Avenue. It's not just going to flow around the loop, but we are bringing, again, more signature events and entertainment events to our community by putting on musical events and other attractions in our downtown that will attract residents and give residents something to do other than merely watching cars drive by on Woodward, which is great, but we also want to provide additional entertainment in the heart of our downtown. Part of that is having a Woodward Dream Parade this year, which also will come into our downtown area, and we're very excited about that as well. So please come on out to downtown Pontiac on Saturday, August 19th. You will be hearing more about that next Tuesday when Angela Powell will be talking in greater detail about all of the opportunities and fun festivities that the Woodward Dream Cruise is bringing to our community on, again, Saturday, August 19th. See you then.
Thank you, Mayor Greimel, and thank you for all of your lengthy and diligent work on the agreement that has now been passed with Oakland County. Deputy Mayor Stevens?
Thank you, Council President. Just one thing. It was brought up earlier in the meeting. I can't remember which member of the public said it. Woodward Avenue is an MDOT jurisdiction street. So anything that happens on Woodward Avenue is governed by MDOT, not by the City of Pontiac.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for your work on the Oakland County redevelopment project and negotiations. Clerk Doyle. All right. Councilman Parker.
Thank you, sir. Just briefly, I want to tell everybody we will not be having a District 5 meeting this Thursday due to lack of participation. I want to thank Pastor Jones for coming and giving our invocation. I just want to thank Brother Carlton Jones for continuing to talk about workforce development and transparency and inclusivity for all of our citizens. And I want to thank this council for continuing to remember that we speak for everybody and not just a few. And with that, I say good evening.
Thank you. Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I'm going to keep this pretty quick. I just want to thank everybody for coming out to the We Care Neighborhood Association meeting this past Friday, as well as the potential. I got a lot of calls concerning Perry Park subdivision wanting to start their own neighborhood association. I'm very happy for that. I think advocacy comes from having neighborhood associations that it gives them the opportunity to look at their community and see what they need, what they want, and how they can look for solutions to some of the issues that they're having in that particular community. So I look forward to that. And good night.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford?
There's a great song that says, people get ready. There's a change a-coming. You don't need no ticket. You just get on board. All you need is faith to hear the people humming. Don't need no ticket. Just thank the Lord. And they used to sing that during the Civil Rights Movement to encourage us to be about change. Now, I could easily come here and read people for filth because I know how to do that. That's something that's in my wheelhouse. I choose to take a higher level and a higher path because I know somebody's watching me, number one. Number two, people bark ain't always as big as they bite. And number three, they gonna try it with some people and think that it's okay. But there's gonna be a time when you're gonna either be corrected privately or you're gonna be corrected publicly. See, what you do out for these moments, when you get on the mic and you're doing all that laughing, there are young kids that are watching you. And I know that because I used to watch it. And there was a time in my life I would come up there and I would clown until somebody said, are you clowning or are you the clown? And I choose not to be the clown. Now, am I emotional about my district? Absolutely. Because I ride for what I believe in. Am I emotional about my city? I ride for what I believe in. But what I don't ride for is just simple disrespect. Like, y'all trying it and you don't even have to. We do not have to be the butt of everybody's conversations. We do not have to be constantly reviewed as people who don't have emotional intelligence or spiritual intelligence or don't even know how to have a common conversation without lying. Here's some things that were said that are not true. M1 didn't give me no money. As you recall, it was pointed out by some in the audience that I spent the first $10,000 on my election. I did that because I did. Number two, so you got to stop. That's a lie. You lying. You a liar. That didn't happen. Number two, if you want to reach out to anybody, especially in my district, everybody and their mama has my phone number. But if you don't, I'm going to say it again, 248-390-0591. And Mr. Muscavelli can attest to, I'm up at 5 o'clock every morning calling to check on the people that call me late at night because older people like to be checked on from 5 to 7. I go to work from 9 to 5 and I come back here. Number three, all of this jargon that we are talking about, well, it's going to be bad, and we don't know how to get along, and we're the rubber stamp council. Let me tell you something. I ain't never seen these people make any difference in this community. I ain't never seen them help people when they homeless. I ain't never seen them get people when they hungry. I ain't never seen them make sure women leave a domestic violence situation. But you know who I have seen do that? Everybody on this council. You know who I have seen come out of their own pockets? Everybody on this council. So we can sit here and say we're doing for the people, but the Bible says to serve every man, not just people you get along with. But I'm going to serve you with respect, even though you keep serving me with disrespect. But what you're not going to keep doing is trying to play this council like we're not doing the hard labor. Because I can bring up a whole bunch of, people voting records. I can bring up people who didn't have meetings. They're supposed to be over committees, and I can read it because people lie, but paper don't. I'm saying this to say, be forewarned. When you come for people on this council, I protect what we're doing here because we're doing the real work. And until I see you make a difference instead of a butt or a conversation, you can't say nothing to me because you're a coward. Because it takes anybody to do another thing and say what they want to say. But a real person serves people even when everybody ain't watching. Please remember that we have a District 1 meeting the last Saturday of every month at Alley Cat. And if you have any comments, questions, or concerns, my phone number for the road is 248-390-0591. And I am Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford from the best district there ever was and will be, District 1. Good night.
Hi, I'm Mike McGinnis from the 7th District there ever was. District 7, we have our meeting on next Monday, August 14th, 7 p.m. at Prospect Missionary Baptist Church. All are welcome and encouraged. Refreshments are provided. We will give everyone the floor a few different times so you can make announcements, you could share your concerns, identify areas in the neighborhood. We will have speakers, of course, providing updates. There are a number of substantial developments that are going down on the east side. You already heard about the MLK Bridge. You already heard about the Pike Street rebuilding and the Clinton River Connector. You heard tonight about the grant application for Murphy Park, so we'll provide summaries of all that. But there's also, through the planning and economic development, there's other different housing, new housing, the construction that's proposed as well for the east side, so we'll get into detail at our monthly meeting. Again, the second Monday of every month, 7 p.m., always at Prospect Church. All are welcome, and the invite has been reiterated. With that, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second? Support. It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker, that we adjourn this evening's meeting. Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yeah.
Carrington.
Yes.
4 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We stand adjourned at 10:48 p.m. Thank you.